Hopefully everybody says sound is better this time around, so that's good. Last time we ended last session, everyone got 2 Iroas piety and 1 Perforos piety, if you didn't catch that. I also, before we start today's game, without metagaming or anything like that, but I think it's good that you understand kind of how I'm scoring this war, and how I plan the design behind the outcome and who wins. So we still will be using Legend Keeper tonight. So if you do log into that, that'd be great. You can go up to the Dark Gates. That's right above Oreskos. Click in, open that next map. It should allow you to go into the Dark Gates map, and then that's usually where all of the information that you're able to kind of point to and missions you're able to take and such are there. What I wanted to share is that right now, the way I look at it is the war will eventually come down to be a dice roll. One of you is going to make a roll, and I'm going to make a roll, and whatever comes from that is going to really, because the war is bigger than the Bronze Bullies. Whether they come out of it unscathed or not, there's a lot riding on what happens here. And so I kind of want it to play and let the dice tell that story. And so the way it works is based on certain things that Mogus and Yinagu's army does, they score points. Same thing I told you before. Right now, you all are trying to score points for the Acroian army. And you're also in a little, toe-to-toe with Piaxathor's men and scoring points. So based on some of the skirmishes, scenarios, and things you do, you are literally aiding towards the make or break of what happens here. So as it stands right now, and basically the way this dice roll will work is it'll be a D20, one of you will roll it, and the points that you have, there will be no other modifier other than the points that you have collected that get added to it. That will be the modifier. So right now, for example, Mogus has 1 point, or the Mogus. When I say Mogus, that's interchangeable with Yinagu. The Bronze Bullies right now, based on what you all did last game, you have 2 points. Piaxathor has 1 point. Now, if we were to roll tonight for the Acroian for the entire army against Yinagu, we would add Piaxathor's with your number. So you would roll a die and you get a +3. Yinagu would only get a +1. And that would decide the overall outcome of the battle. There is a chance, and clearly you're going on another mission right now, which is clearly going to help boost that modifier again if you're successful. And then also, I won't say what it is, but there will be an opportunity to get that roll at advantage, that roll for the entire war, and to make that roll at disadvantage for Mogus. But that would have to be like some really awesome things happen that allow you to kind of put it in that position. So that we'll see how the story goes. So hopefully you all now better understand like why there's kind of like these missions and things that are going on during the battle. It all is leading towards helping you win this war. That's really it. Any questions about that? All right, cool. Let's see. Guess we can get started. So I think when we last left off, you all took the mission to go in, stop the gnolls from renewing themselves or having any form of renewal. You killed all the bloated bodies around the battlefield here on the evening of day 3. That for you all it's been your first day here in combat, while Tyrannica stayed back because they're resting because they just had a long battle the day of. And then at the end of that, after you were able to successfully complete that, you sent Leto off because we found out that Piaxathor was going to save the Leonins. And so he's off doing that. You still have, you all are on Sparkle, No Name, and is it One Way? Or what's the third? I always get this. I'm going to get these horses' names one day.
No Way's gone.
Leto
took No Way.
Okay.
Yeah. We have Leto took No Way. We have No Name, or as Collins calls it, No Name.
Okay.
Yep.
So then that means we're 2 right now. So the question of the hour is who is riding who?
Said he wild shape so that we could fly.
Yeah, Proximos had to turn into a giant raven to traverse over here.
Okay, got it. So he's going to be Raven. Give me one second.
I told him just to grab Telmoon's horns. We out here.
Yeah. So Talmoon is being weapon at the ready as he's being dragged by the horns.
You're just dangling.
It's really dangerous since one of those the prosthetic can slip off.
Oh,
One of the horn. Oh, yeah, the one of the horns is prosthetic, isn't it?
Don't we
All
make
right,
you some
so-
sort of like apparatus to sit in it, like a swing of some kind?
I mean, you can dangle by your one good horn, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really if he lets go. As long as he holds on, we should be fine.
All right, so if that looks right, we've got the giant bird up there. Now, let me get this. Why can't I see?
Oh man, we need to see that blue putty work. We need Talmoon's head connected to the bottom of the.
Just super glue it.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna have to work for now.
We are
Oh.
going straight into new battle, right? And
Straight in.
actually resting, hopefully, before we.
Yeah,
meet
well,
up.
we're not planning to fight this whole battle though, right? Like, we're trying to weaken them. We're just blasting and getting out.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We were gonna blitzkrieg.
Well, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I can't do that without getting. Again, I'm not a blaster anymore, so it's gonna really just be persistent. And our girl, it's
Boss me.
the proxy's gonna have to land anyway to be able to do anything.
Yeah.
That's all right. Let's get in there. Let's get in there, proxy. You can handle a
gonna be-
destructive wave, right?
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Worst case scenario, I just teleport you.
Bird's got high concepts.
Do
Um,
we think we want to do one pass or two?
Well, I'll have to sit my ass down to do anything. So
But we have fully chosen that it does not matter if humans are in our area of effect spells. We are casting regardless.
all right.
I'm sorry.
Might
What?
be
I am
What'd you just
planning to
say?
have Proxidos drop me, and I am setting off a bomb with myself as the center.
Then let me send a message to the people so that they're not in the way? Question mark.
No, not our people. Proximus.
Oh. I thought you were saying that you
No.
didn't care if the other troops were in there. You
No,
were going to bomb
our
everyone.
humans. You started this. I don't know why you're out here. This is your policy.
I mean, you can just use Leto's strategy, like drop on the battlefield.
Let
and,
her
like,
in the way. Like,
come on.
Bomb. It's the pitch strategy.
Don't we have compelled duel at this point? Does it work for a crowd?
it only works for one person.
Take the
It is
leader.
the-
Oh, I'll also explain the way any of the units that are, because I want to speed things up in battle and not be like sitting here all day like rolling for individual troops. So when you see them like on a base like this, it just represents a number of men striking in a large force. So yeah, if you are like dropping fireball and stuff like that, it counts as an area effect, but it's doing a lot of. They're pretty much like a swarm group, similar to how the creatures were last time. But unlike them, where swarms can stack, they don't stack in the same way because they have regiments. So what I'll be treating those as is hit points will be based on the number of models. So they may have a lot of hit points, or they may pack a good decent amount of hit points before they go down. But attack rolls will be one roll based on that unit. At advantage, they keep that advantage until they drop below half. Once they lose 50% of their group, they go back to regular rolls. Their modifiers are double until their attack modifier is doubled until they lose half their unit, and their damage doubles until they hit half their unit.
So that means everything has cleave, but AoE doesn't hit everybody.
Everything has cleave, but AoE was like, I mean, if you dropped a fireball, that would hit all those. You would be hitting 3 units.
But you're not going to do 6 times 25 damage.
No,
You're gonna do-
yeah. I'm gonna do
Yeah,
whatever. So if these guys failed, if they made a deck save and this unit right here failed on a fireball, they're all, whatever your role is, they're going to take 30. They're going to take 30 points, and if 30 points kills 3 men, then 3 men get removed off the
So
base.
from a metagaming perspective, it's actually better for us to use our spells that hit the one person the hardest,
Maybe.
because he's gonna cleave anyway.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. You can think of it that way. Yeah, so like all that kind of stuff, spells that, yeah, they will cleave because they're just big, massive lumps of HP and abilities and stuff like that. So, we will go ahead and jump in here. So the party knows that they must get to the pass because it's like they're going to surprise ambush and aid Tyrannica and her soldiers, or whether she's gone or she's sent soldiers. They've sent someone to kind of block that pass because the information has been sent back. I think it was Fitz who sent the message. Yep. And so they're on their way. This army is on their way, a small like little group. Maybe they're like almost like a scout. Maybe they're trying to, through the middle of the night, see if they can complete that passageway to where the camp is so they can use it the next day. The point is they need to be stopped. And so as you all come flying over the ridge on these these magical, majestic beasts, kind of swooping down over, flying through the night, cool breeze on you over these swooping mountain region, you can see there in the dark, two massive, large groups of armies about to collide, troops about to collide. You can tell by the red cloaks billowing that the Acroians are marching forward. You can tell by the gold mask that there are a number of returned that are about to smash into them, and they both kind of take a moment there before you hear some kind of call out from the Acroians, and they begin to charge. You also know that there's these wispy light that's kind of pulling like little orbs around the return, and it harkens you back to when you were fighting the Idiolons and the returned back in the fortress, back in your temple. So there are these ghost army, and that unit has like kind of come together, and a bunch of these little lights, and they kind of flicker and they appear to make a bunch of humanoids that connect into their own like unit of like ghosts of like Idiolons. They have armed with swords, but right now they're pulling out their arrows. As you are kind of planning, I think, a surprise attack here, as this is all happening, why don't you all give me your stealth check to kind of, and let's see if you can kind of catch these groups by surprise. That's not going to be good for them.
We don't have like pass without a trace or anything.
Bird cannot cast pass without a trace.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And are we rolling? And we're rolling through the flying mounts. So it would be.
That's true. Yes, you're rolling through your flying mounts.
Oh, well then I don't need to roll. It would be just a Nick. And then
actually, stealth is based on what attribute?
Dexterity.
Dex.
Yeah.
I will also take an animal handling dex based check, but that will not use your proficiency. So we'll just use your dex. So if that's better than what the Pegasi have.
If only I was riding a Pegasi.
I don't think it's possible for that to be better than do stealth check, right? Because you have that proficiency or not.
I'll just be doing my dexterity because it doesn't make sense to use animal handling.
Can I make an animal handling check on Proxenos?
And let's go ahead and roll initiative just to get that out of the way too. But let's do the stealths first. We can kind of get those numbers, see where you all are at, and then we'll go on initiative. But you can roll your numbers if you need to. So what are we looking at for stealth?
I rolled a 9.
9. Okay.
Same.
9.
Awesome.
Do you want to roll your animal handling check?
Is that allowed?
It wouldn't. You would use animal handling, but you would use your dexterity modifier without the skill. So it would just be dex.
Yeah, just straight dex check.
A straight dex check. Yeah.
Yeah, 17.
Ooh, okay. So,
Terrible itself.
Yeah.
so as you all come flying up over the ridge, this kind of being one of those things where usually you're taking the lowest stealth check. Even though Telmoon is like right there, kind of dive bombing in, they all turn and they see the horses. I mean, they see the Pegasi, they see the flapping wings, but then they also, they these are returned who are battle hard, so they look up, they don't get too shaken, but they also realize they have Acroians pouring towards them, so they kind of have to figure out what to do there. And I will say, because the highest roll still was Telmoon, what I will do is I will give you the surprise attack, so you will get a round off if there's something you want to do here, and then let's get initiative from everyone else.
Will that
I
also
only have
apply
2
with
attacks to my-
What'd you get?
Proxy?
What'd you get, Proxinos?
Well, he's riding me.
Oh, see, this is okay. So where's the other horse? Who's on the? Who's a?
Leto took it.
But there's 3.
Yeah,
There's-
Leto
Leto
took
took the
one.
third one.
Leto took the third one.
Oh yeah, so
I'm-
Apo is gonna be on probably.
Oh, so Apple's on that.
Yeah.
One. Okay.
on the second one.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
With that, Troxys is flying his own self, and we're gonna just treat it like Apple and
And then the
Troxys are
ladies ride together.
taking on a number of return. I'll put Apple over here, and got it. I did not know that's what was going on. There we go.
My dice like blood, but I promise this is gonna be the biggest thing I can do. Just fair warning.
All right. While he's preparing what he's going to do, how are we looking on initiative? Let's see what we got for Fitz.
I got a 23.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Tell
That's a-
Moon.
19.
Proxinos
14.
and Perseus.
I have 2
Also
attacks
14.
in me.
14. Okay, so not bad rolls at all here. As Fitz will be first, followed by Telmoon, but then Telmoon's getting his surprise attack first, so you know.
Okay.
So I have this in 1 round. So you guys call when we're leaving, but Telmoon has the surprise attack in 1 more round.
And
right,
just to be clear, it's a surprise round just for Telmoon, not
Just for Telmoon.
Okay.
Got it.
Not for the not for
Because they
anyone
saw
else.
the wings, but they didn't see the glorious little purple
Yeah.
riding underneath. All right. Which group looks the chunkiest? You know what? I'm going for the first. I'm trying to break
So
the
looking
front
from
of their
above,
charge,
Telmoon.
so the Acroan line.
The first
can bust
line.
through 'em. Yeah.
Let's say these are like, let's say this might even be like 20 men for all I know, like 20, even though they're represented in 6 figures. And then there's this group of
Interesting.
ghostly figures that are following
But
behind.
there's also a group of archers.
Yes, the archers are kind of
Okay,
back
so
here.
I have a choice between helping break the front line or getting rid of the archers. You know what? Screw them archers. Going after archers. I need intelligence saving throw.
From the guys in the front?
Nope, from the archers.
From the archers.
From the
Okay, we are
archers.
going for them.
Telmoon is doing his double trouble special, but it's making the lance as big as possible so that it'll hit multiple people.
Intelligence
Go
save.
through 'em.
Man, okay, he's not off to a good start. That's a fail. It's 7.
Holy, I am so sorry. So normally you just see like a spiral around the invisible lance, but this time the fire just grew and just fully encased it because that's a natural 20.
Nice.
They failed the intelligence save, 17?
They failed it. They did.
Okay, so that's going to be 38 psychic damage
Okay.
and 46 fire.
Jeez. So that's
That's a 6th level spell and 2 full sorcery credits. I promise I can't do it again.
All right, let's see what they got. So that's like 70 points of damage, right? Like, so that's a little over.
It's 84 points of damage.
Oh. You said 84?
84. Psychic and fire. So if they have
Dude.
resistances, that helps.
Wish they did. There, the units are scattered. So like what looks like 2 men there is probably, maybe a total of like 8 or something, like these spirits as they kind of like, as it burns through them, they're like, ah, and like this, this red inside of they're like these bluish ghostly forms that look like old soldiers. They almost look like the Returned, but without the mask and without faces. And what would be like a heart inside of them is like there's a redness beating there, and all those begin to kind of burst or burn away, and they just begin to all go out like little mists of embers going back into the Nyx. Wow, you hear them like crying out as there are only a few left now.
Archers are in disarray. Make your strike now.
All right, so as that's happening, we're at the top of the round here. The Acrorians are still rushing in. Fitz, you're up.
We are going to swoop over on Sparkle, and I'm going to pull the
That's
bow
you
of
right
my
there.
Leia, and I'm going to conjure volley, 6th level,
Okay,
and that is a 40-foot cylinder,
40 foot.
and I need dex saves.
Um,
A 16.
wait, a 40-foot cylinder. Okay, so it's probably going to get both of these guys right here? Or is it... So it's a cylinder that goes up like that.
Max damage, yeah.
10, 20, 30. Okay, so yeah, it gets all of them. All right, index saves. First group is going to get...
Yeah, and that is 40-foot radius, so it's an 80-foot diameter, so it should be messing up a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, so it's like this whole... I forget, yeah, radius, not diameter. Yeah, so it's like all the way over here. Got it. So it's like a catching... So there's like, so you're just literally just raining arrows out of the sky, literally 300 style, like, with light arrows from Nylea. Got it. So they will... First group will get... You said we'll get a 17? I don't know if that passes.
That does pass.
The second group, the large unit, gets only a 12. And the last group of the archers gets a whopping 4.
All right. Okay.
Sorry, the 12 I was wrong. The 12 should have been 15. And the first one that was 18 should be 2 more. So there should have been a 9. I think I said 17. So that should have been a dirty 20. That one passed, yes. So the first one passed.
I think only one passes.
Yeah, one passes. The other 2 fail.
Okay. So let me add these up.
So they look up like, ah!
I got some 7s.
I shouldn't have changed the encounters at all.
I'm just coming out
you, I'm
strong.
sorry.
That's all.
No, this is good. Love it.
Okay.
Don't worry, Persis will be
This
next.
is 40 points.
40
points.
40 and then the one that passed takes half.
Yes.
Okay, so 40, 20. And
is there like a leader looking one of any of them, or
Not really. They all
see?
like how these guys behind me, but except for their masks. So imagine they're kind of like the Immortals, but their masks are gold. A lot of black leather armor, big blades. It's hard to pick out anybody that looks like a leader. I mean, I almost think of it as each one of these regiments or units probably has a leader, but it doesn't stand out like the main villain or a bad guy that might be
There's
able
no
to
one
do
saying,
something.
That's the reason why I didn't use
Tally-ho!
that.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't use the secondary effect of all things. I felt like that would be mean because it really is supposed to be just one person.
Okay, that ends my turn.
Okay. So Fitz just raining down. You see bodies starting to collapse on top of each other, return, like trying to move as the magic is dissipating from Tel Moonstrike, and just almost within a couple of seconds, the Acrorians don't cheer because they're in battle mode, but they already can see. They can see as they're rushing towards them, and almost their POV is just their army, the enemies dropping like flies before they even hit them. This moves us.
Did those idle ones survive?
Yeah, there's a couple of them there.
Okay.
Yep. So then, though, which one am I thinking about? Tyranica's men come smashing into the groups, and what I'll do is I won't be rolling for them and doing a whole lot. I will be treating any combat between these two parties similar to our army roll. So right now, you guys have a +2. One of you is going to roll a d20, and you're going to give me and add +2 to it. I'm going to roll a d20 and add 1 to it. That's all we're going to do. So who wants to do that? So this is to see if this is the Acroian's turn to see if they're able to kill anybody in that group. They're all smashing together, fighting. They can take out a percentage of that unit.
Not afraid of their dice.
Who wants to roll it?
I blood.
Okay, Praxinos, go for it. You're from Acros.
It's up to you. Why don't you? Go ahead, bro.
I'll roll that. That's an 8.
That's an 8. You still beat me with a 6. So that all that happens here, Acroians are really strong. So when I win one of those rolls, they go down, and the next time I win a roll, they get removed. So they get a couple. They basically have like 2 hit points each, whereas mine get 1. So you beat them. So one of these guys is removed. So you just saw it, and really what this is, I know there only can be represented so many miniatures on the board, but what you really see is just this mass lockup of enemies, and then suddenly those Acroians pushing back, their phalanx stabbing through, and rows of, their ranks dropping, and then the enemy stepping over their ranks to try to fill and lock in this whatever dark, smokish, there's no blood coming out of these return, but you see like the black mist coming out of the bodies as they collapse. And then we move to out of suddenly this you hear, so you're watching, and as you look over through the some of the mist, some of the bodies that are stacking up, and the mist that's turning into ghosts here, is this giant 2-headed creature kind of comes lumbering through, swatting through, trying to fight his way to the front of the combat, but still wading through men to get there. We then move to Persis, then Proxinos.
Okay, giant 2-headed creature.
Humanoid, yeah.
Yeah. Changes the game a little bit. But you see the eyes widen as she had been planning one thing and then switches it up and begins muttering and swirling hands around and towards. I'm going to try to get that creature, and then could I get the returned next to it with a 30-foot cube?
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah. So then around them, you're going to see little, at first, just tiny glints of something bright and metallic, and they gradually increase. These guys just see them in the corner of their eyes, and those of them who turn and look at them and try and see what's going on with these strange swirling patterns are going to get mystified and dazed as I'm casting Hypnotic Pattern.
Nice. So then they both need to make a saving throw of what?
Wisdom saving throw of 17.
Save. So the 2-headed pale, it's basically a giant, but it has 2 heads, and it is carrying these 2 large, very crude axes. One of them is a battle axe. The other one looks like it might be a giant cleaver for cutting meat. Dried blood all over. It looks like it haven't been sharpened in a long time. But as your dazing spell comes over it, it will roll wisdom save with an 11.
Okay.
And then the other group, which is down to half, but not under half, is their wisdom save is going to be a dirty 20.
Okay, so they do make it.
They do make it. Okay, so none of them are affected at all. There's no it's just
there's nothing on a half.
Oh, so the 11 beat the 11.
No, the 11 does not beat me.
Does not beat. Yeah, the 11. So this big guy, he failed. I figured. I was like, there's no way that your spell save is that low. So what happens to him? He's just what is?
He is incapacitated and has a speed of 0. He's charmed.
Oh, pretty light. Oh, kind of starts waving at those little images in front of him.
Yeah. And so if it is harmed or if somebody uses an action to shake it out of the stupor, the spell will end. Otherwise, it doesn't get to save.
All right, nice. Okay, so if it's harmed, So I imagine like that's Persis calling out, like, if you hit it,
yes, leave the big one alone, kill the small ones. And having done that, let's quicken and Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
To attack. Try and finish off the archers. See if I can hit some of them.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled 2 natural 18s. I imagine that's going to hit.
That is going to hit.
And then 15.
15 damage?
No. The third one is 15.
Third one is 15. That will just miss. As some of them dive out of the, like, kind of like disappear and reappear.
Okay. Okay, so that's 20 force damage from those 2 Eldritch Blasts. Am I doing my math right? Yeah.
20? Nice. 20 will destroy one of them. One group of them. Get just eviscerated and burst into stars again. Now that unit is at its weakest. It doesn't even really need a... You all are obliterating this group.
Yeah,
that's
what I've got.
So Persis, all of you just in this kind of amazing fashion of really being able to see, we already know like what one Acroin is worth on the battlefield, but we get to see, just a group of, 6 or 7 champions, of Perforos and of Nylea and what they're able to do, of Iroas. And we move to Proxinos.
Okay. Proxinos he has Telmoon by the horns as he's like diving down towards the battlefield.
They kind of go into this dive. Wings go out on this giant feathered raven as they flutter.
And lowering down as he drops Telmoon by the cliffside at like overlooking.
Okay, so he's putting him like right here. And then diving out.
He's dropping down with him. So
he's dropping down. Oh, so you're transforming back into...
Yes.
Here. There's 2 levels of the cliff. If you see where I have you, is that where you're going? That looks right.
That level right there next to Telmoon. Yeah.
Okay. So, and then suddenly there's this burst of black feathers. Telmoon comes dropping through it right behind those black feathers, comes down, practices both of you anime landing, slowly arising. There we are. Is there anything else that you're able to do?
And going to use a 4th level spell as that whole area where the archers or the front, actually no, like the middle unit right there.
Yep, middle unit here.
Yeah. So
there's like basically 4 units here. There's the big ugly guy, this unit, and then the last archer group, which is like a percentage of maybe like 20% of what was originally there is just stragglers. If they were human, they probably would be running, but they're ghosts, so they're just lingering.
Okay. That whole area is going to be covered by storm clouds as Proxinos raises the staff up and casts Call Lightning at 4th level.
Ooh, okay. So he casts Call Lightning, and those storm clouds begin to form. Is that dex saves or?
Yeah, that's a dex save, and that's going to be to the front unit. That's going to be hit. It's going to be hitting.
Mm-hmm. That is a 19.
That will pass.
So many of them like diving out of the way as the blasts are striking down. Some of them being thrown by the wayside, but the majority of them getting out of the way.
Okay.
Sure, they still take half.
And that is going to be 11 points of lightning damage.
So some of the men drop and kind of crumple, and a bunch of them fall, but you like see them like smoking and like getting back up. Doesn't mean it's not rejuvenating, but you know, it's not enough to like take one of the miniatures off the board as they're like kind of still fighting through it. But the 11 does, that's the amount of damage it's done.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, so that Raven, they both land there. Amazing as the clouds are now hovering over, dark storm clouds there. Let us move to Backroy and Hoplites are kind of stuck behind their first unit, so they're really just pushing in as the last of the ghosts begin to lift off and kind of float, and that last like group of 5 just taking a shot towards the sky is that, you know, knowing they were rained down on, firing at Fitz's horse. Only 17 plus 22 to hit, and they will do. They don't get to double damage anymore, though. So 8 points to Sparkle, because it glances off the armor, but like nicks the horse, and it kind of starts to bleed a little bit. As they are striking, they get one. Okay, we move to Taroxy's is. I know you guys are probably doing sweep over bombs, but I imagine Taroxy's is like kind of flying in low and just hammering, like throwing people left, while you know Apo is flying around taking shots. And let's see here. These guys roll really low, so the last of the units will try to fight back against the Spartans. So the first one up, this is basically you and I. If it's still you, Proxinos, you're rolling that D20 plus 2. Damn it! I gotta change dice. Do something else.
That's a 12.
All right.
Oh, Malcolm, keep your dice. It's
Yeah. you still beat them. So one of these units is removed by the Spartans as they begin to kind of fight through and break them, and then the Spartans almost kind of start to break up and just individually hack at these individuals. Now, like breaking that phalanx. Top of the next round. I don't know if they fly away now or if they're still in this. Well, it looks. I mean, clearly, Talmoon and Proxinos are down on the ground here. Fitz, you are up. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'm gonna fly back over and conjure volley.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. So I need saves from them again.
Which ones? Who are you targeting? Are you doing the same move again, or
Same move.
So you're just putting the whole thing? Yeah, you just do. Okay.
I'm just going crazy.
Got it. So
and
first
we get to take a nap later.
Next save. The first group gets 16. This group.
Pass.
It's a dirty 20. That means the Etten he's gonna break out of this if but the Etten will.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, he's in that whole little.
Yeah, he's breaking out no matter what.
The Etten will fail. The pretty lights is like arrows are like slamming into his like back.
The lights. He's like staring at the lights, but slowly they turn into arrows.
Yeah, just. And one of them just hits him in the eye. So now, but he's like not in his brain. He's like walking around.
Okay, let me do math.
So 2 passes, 1 fail. Oh, and then I didn't roll for the one ghost because I'm sure they're captured in there as well. And that will be a fail as well for the ghost bowman.
Okay, so the total is 49 points.
Ooh.
Lord have mercy. So 49 to.
That's up 24.
Yeah, 24 for whoever.
The Etten is like literally, one of those is in his brain. It's like coming out the back of his head. He's kind of like alive, but like gonna be dead soon.
Ooh, sorry.
These guys are obliterated. Yeah. So literally, as they begin to rain down, slowly wiping out everything that is there. It's almost quiet on the field, and
I'm gonna turn. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna turn to Persis because we're still on the same Pegasus, and I'm gonna say, "Top that," and I'll give you inspiration.
Ooh, so then you start to hear the cheer from the Acroians as they're still they still are dead set on killing the Etten that's in front of them. As you inspire, you said that was Telmoon.
I inspire Persis.
Persis.
She's next.
And Persis, you're up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I can, but I'll do my best. And begins casting a spell one more time. This time, a different spell. So you'll see like a column of flame leap up from among it's going to be kind of towards. Sorry, I got this minimized. I want to visualize this.
Yeah, you can also pin it if you need to see what's going on.
Did the return disappear?
Yeah, like Nikki killed all of them. Like,
shit.
Like everybody's gone. There's just a Etten with the arrow through the back of his head right now. That's the only combatant right now. There's just bodies stacked on bodies. These little magical arrows are like.
That ghost is still on the field. I don't know if that's.
Oh yeah, that ghost is dead. That ghost is dead. There's literally this guy right here who's kind of like walking around like lost.
I could just take a break at this point, but no.
Honestly, you could like fly away and let the Acroians like wipe this guy out. It's up to you. But if you guys want that glory, you want that kill, for Thassa or whoever, it's up to you. This is clearly a win right now.
Yeah.
Don't jinx it.
Maybe let me ask you, does the Etten look like something that they might have taken from beyond, or is it something that exists? Do I know if it exists?
I think it probably exists. Clearly exists in your world. Yeah, so it's not from beyond. It's in this world might be a different type of alternative giant of some type that are born with the two heads. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just try to solve this with punching. So, but I'll go with what I said. A column of flame erupts next to it.
Okay.
And you see emerging out of it, gradually swelling in size, a metal statue, a bronze statue of Perforos with flames coming off of it. And it's going to stand next to this thing and take a few swipes at it as I'm casting Summon Construct.
Nice.
With a...
Is it a large construct or a medium construct?
Is it large or medium? It is medium.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not as big as that.
Yeah. So it's just this giant, like, jumps off this rock and starts working this statue of Perforos.
But that is a 26 and a 27 to hit on the multi-attack.
Both are going to hit. Oh.
And I'm using the heated body. So if this thing touches the construct or hits it with an attack, it's also...
This guy's not wearing armor. Yeah.
So. It's going to take some fire damage if that happens.
Okay.
But yeah, damage.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, that's 19 damage from the 2 hits.
Okay.
Plus the spell's level. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's another 8. So yeah, 25 bludgeoning damage.
So does Persis through this godlike statue of Perforos, does she decapitate both heads, one head? Does she skewer them through? What is she?
It's just punching.
It's just punching. So yeah, just kind of just pummels this thing, boom, boom in the chest, and then I imagine both the heads kind of slams on the side of their temples, and both heads hit each other, and they just collapse down on the ground.
And yes, Jason, it's 27. I think it's fine.
Rallying around the Acroans, you realize that Tyrannica was kind of like in the back, kind of like watching you all kind of work, kind of walks forward, seeing you all work for the first time. And she, I imagine some of you are still flying around, so it's not like she can like really talk to you, but she just kind of like gives you all like a, it's literally almost a thumbs up, just good shit. As you've kind of cleared this whole area. I don't know what you guys decide to do next. The Tail Moon is on the ground there next to Proximus, but we're not really in combat right now. So what are they?
From the sky, I drop honorary bully badges and some bronze bully flags.
We have to make some rolls for when you run out of these. Like,
I feel like every time we hit town, I just buy like 200 more. I put them in the bag of holding.
Sprinkle them down. They go down there. Shit, good way to wipe out the enemy there triumphantly.
Proximo's looking over to Tell Moon. Well, let's head back to camp, get some rest for the battle to come.
Yeah, I could use a nap. I don't know about you, Persis, but jeez, I'm spent.
Yeah, I think we kind of overextended.
And
I don't know. That seems pretty awesome to me.
do you want to get on my back? I mean, isn't it uncomfortable for me to carry you on the horns?
More glorious from underneath.
All right. Jumping up and turning back into the big raven and grabbing you by the horns, swooping you off.
And so
as we fly, because I imagine we're flying over the Acroian army as we head back towards camp. I'm gonna get kind of low and say, rest up. Even though this battle is won, there's a tougher one heading our way.
They all kind of as they see the bronze bullies fly over. You all arrive back at camp, where there are, the hundreds of soldiers who are working, going to and fro. You see that Piaxathor and his men have come back. They don't seem very, beaten up as well. They seem to be in good spirits. They're in their little camp, so they don't necessarily approach you, but you can tell that they, you don't see Leto in their camp though. But their spirits let you know that whatever they went out to do, they must have succeeded. And you also see around that group, they're all like drinking, kind of like whatever moonshine they drink, that night out of like these like kind of pottery bowls, these cups, but they are in jugs that are pouring it out. But you can tell that there are Leonin with them, like a group that seem to be in high spirits, who look malnutrition, who are kind of like sipping the alcohol. Like they're like, no, can we get water, please? You can see one of the Leonin's like tongue hanging out, like no, not this sustenance. And as this is happening, I'll go ahead and we'll take a 5-minute break, earlier than we normally do. Just you guys can either break or continue to role play, but I'm just going to change a few things here on the map and we'll kind of reset as you all are kind of in resting mode right now. You're back in the camp. If you're on Legend Keeper, you're back in we've finished the mountain pass, so that one's gone. As you are back where the two swords are at the camp on the Dark Gates.
Fitz, I have a question, because are we keeping track of what's in the bag of holding?
I do have notes somewhere about what's in the bag of holding. I actually have it on my character sheet. But I don't have a lot in there.
Just out of curiosity, do you think we have a gem worth 1,000 gold pieces in that bag?
Oh, that would be a Malcolm question, because we do have over $10,000 respective. Let me see if I made any notes about what was in the Dragon's Hoard.
No fucking way. You need a single gem?
It's
or gems.
It's specific, because I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no fucking chance, bro.
Because it's specifically a gem encrusted bowl with 1,000 gold pieces.
Stop it. No.
What are you
Cook a
trying to
regular
do?
fucking dinner. We'll fight tomorrow.
Heroes
You want to do a
Feast.
hero's feast? Oh my god, that would be so helpful, wouldn't it?
I also
dude, what does that spell say? What do you actually need?
it says a gem encrusted bowl worth at
A
least
gem
1,000 gold.
encrusted bowl.
We have $10,000 that we haven't touched since episode
We
2.
need
Come
to
on.
purchase a gem encrusted bowl.
Let's go to Tyrannica and ask if she has one. We have the money.
If she has an
They
extra
totally take that
gem
kind of stuff.
encrusted bowl that she brought to the battlefield,
Come on, she probably has heroes feasts for her best warriors too.
she definitely does not have heroes feast for the acrobat.
You
I
don't
was-
know that?
I
Maybe
was
she has a
thinking-
special guard.
I was
Because we're her
thinking-
best warriors. She would have gave it to us.
Well, we haven't asked yet. Maybe she walks around with the
I'm not gonna
royal
burst your bubble.
jewels.
Y'all
We
are
don't fucking
welcome to
know.
go over to her camp and ask for the gem encrusted bowl that she marched to battle with. But
You know,
It doesn't hurt to ask, Malcolm.
if you never ask, the answer is always no.
you know what? Sometimes the answer is always no, even if you don't ask.
Well, then where's the harm in asking? Am I right?
There is no harm in asking. Just
We'll
like
ask
there is
Malcolm.
no harm in them taking 45 fucking minutes to roleplay purchasing already.
Do you want to do a flashback sequence where when we were back at the camp?
You
Back
guys can
at-
try to finesse a flashback. I think that's probably more likely to succeed. Still very like we're talking you went from 0% to 3%, but
I'm
More
all about a
likely.
hero's feast. Mostly because I want to feel like a hero, Jason. Don't crush my hopes.
you're like a hero by killing things that are your bad guys, the enemies.
I did, and now we get to feast because of it.
You get the feast either way. It's not a hero.
Sir.
It's a feast for heroes
We go heroes feast. Am I right, Nick?
for
Am I
free.
right?
It's a free feast for heroes, not one that costs us 1,000 gold.
I
See,
mean,
if we wanted it for free, then you wouldn't shit talk us talking to Tyrannica about it.
I just felt like
she would
Heroes
still
Feast.
make you buy it. 1,000%. She would still make you buy it.
Can we
We're the
do
heroes.
like a
We just saved her whole freaking army.
It's our job.
I'm incredibly persuasive. I have a plus 12 to persuasion.
You gonna persuade her to go back in time to go get a bowl encrusted with gems to hike?
Do you
with?
think it works on Malcolm? Do you think my plus 12 works on Malcolm? Hey,
I
DM.
know. I think Malcolm's gonna be like, that sounds like bullshit. Y'all not getting that, especially since I just made this thing easier for y'all and y'all blew everybody up.
He literally is
Yeah.
gonna rebalance out the next encounter, and you know it.
And you made it a competition. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
What you think?
Hey,
Gracious and
Have you-
generous DM.
have you been hearing
Hard.
all of this, Malcolm?
I heard some of it before I walked away, but I heard before I walked away, Nick asked for a gem encrusted bowl, wondering if that worth 1,000 gold pieces,
Worth
right?
1,000 gold.
Now,
Tyrannica
here are a
has-
number
You have a
points.
gem worth
Back
1,000
then.
gold pieces. There is almost no
Well-
way you have a bowl with gems encrusted in it.
I have a couple of
Okay.
options here.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So we could either go to Tyrannica and say, hey, we totally just saved your butt.
Mhm.
Do you by any chance have $1,000 worth the gem encrusted bowl so that we might have a hero's feast? That would be awesome. And maybe she would be interested in that. Or we could do like a flashback where before we left town, we went to the market, or we grabbed something from Proxinos's house that was valuable like that. Like we literally have $10,000.
This is an honorable role
$10,000.
play session. This is an
A
honorable
gem
sell the
encrusted.
DM that you're doing here, Nikki. I like it.
I'm
Uh,
doing my best.
Yeah. I think the only way this is possible, I think that even Proxinos would know that Tyrannica and the way the Acroians work is soldiers. The Melitus army, they infuse their weapons. Sometimes they use a little bit more magic, not the Acroians. They're all about like perseverance and strength. Even Proxinos knows there's no way Tyrannica walks around using this magical bow to have feast with her armies. It's just probably not something
She could have a special guard. You don't know. She
Now-
is technically the leader of a large city.
Yeah. Here's what I'll allow you to do. there's a chance in all that gold you dumped in that fucking bag, it's a D100 roll. Whoever wants to make it, it's a percent, right? There's like
This is
there's
making
a
this, but
small.
I need to know what the
I have a
percentage
D100.
roll 2 D10s.
How do I know what that translates to?
That's why I always roll it on
Because you choose
D&D
one from
Beyond,
the
because
tens.
I
You
never
choose
want to
one.
decide. I never want
You
to.
have a percentile die, right?
I have numbers of them.
Well, that's how you roll. You roll a percentile die and then a D10.
So what does each one mean?
So the percentile die is the one with 2 digits on it,
I know which one is which. I mean,
Yeah.
right? So that's the
how do you interpolate that to a number?
Yes.
That rolls
The
the tens,
one is
right?
the
So if it's
leading
two-
number.
The tens
Well, the two
rolls,
digits
and then so
is
you roll
the
a 6,
leading
it's going to be
number.
60, and then you roll the other number is 5, it's going to be 65%. That's the. So if
Yeah.
I was calling for, the way I usually treat them. Some teams go above, I go below. So if I'm saying there's a 40% chance, you need to roll 40 and under.
Okay.
If that's kind of like what it would be.
You
I'm
read
not.
it like you would read the numbers on the die, except for 000, which becomes 100.
But it gets confusing because people always say, "How do you read 100 and how do you read 1?"
Well,
It's
that's
not
how
confusing. There's
we
literally
decide.
a guide to this. 000.
Okay, so
makes
tell
100.
us, Telmoon.
000 makes 100.
Tell us, Ray Telmoon Charles.
I feel like I should get my sunglasses.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I can't find my glasses.
Then will be the Blues Brothers. It'll be the Blues Brothers episode. Okay, like
Oops, all sunglasses.
I can't see
Oops,
you
all
guys like this. I can't read nothing. I'm making stuff up. Sorry. It's a long set argument, but the book literally tells you how to read that.
I have the die. If you guys
Hey,
want me to
what'd you
roll
get?
for it.
Yeah, go ahead, roll
Oh,
for it.
shit.
See what you get.
I got a 40 and a 5.
Wow.
So you dig through and pulling out gobs of trying not to obviously show them in the armies, even though the few Acherons that see them don't really care, but gems and gold, and you kind of keep dumping it back in the bag and pull something else out. Oh, what was that? Kind of
Shake
drop it
it.
back in, and that goes on for 5-10 minutes and nothing. Unfortunately, there was a 10% chance that you would have that. in you.
Tuxedos, I
That was
swear, I
generous.
thought I saw one.
10
I
was
just
generous.
That's generous, right? It's like you just need a 10, it'll be 1 through 10.
And that's just for if we had one. That doesn't mean I can't sweet talk Tyrannica potentially.
What is it that you, if you'd like to have that conversation with her, you're welcome to. You can certainly try.
Yeah.
I don't think that she has something like that.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask, and we might as well. Give
The
her a
Acherons are really
thumbs up.
basic. You see them eating like someone's killed a boar.
Okay.
They're feasting on some
And
watered down
okay,
boar
to
soup.
Roxy's
They're just
and
eating
tell
ants.
Poor J Bowl and stick a bunch of gems in it.
Here's the thing, for the sake of your time, Fitz, I know that you could convince her all day. I'm
Yeah.
just letting you know she doesn't. She would tell you. She would just be like, she doesn't carry any magical weapons. Like,
Yeah.
it's very matter of fact. I mean, I imagine her sword is like a +1 or +2 armor. Her armor and shit is magical to a degree that it's like blessed by a Rois, but there's no inherent, like, she almost shuns the idea of like the flame speakers being out there like fighting with her men. She's all good that you guys use the spells, but not for her. It's not her thing. So they don't even keep like potions like of healing on them. It's just because to them it's like, if I'm meant to die, I'm meant to die, and I'm supposed to die in this battle, and that is what it is.
Okay.
What do you think, Mel?
What do I think about what?
There's definitely farriers and stuff in this army, right? Like there's blacksmiths.
Yeah. So what are you asking? Would you send me some in chat?
And can Telmoon and Taroxys attempt to forge a bowl, and we stick the diamonds in the bowl that we
Jesus.
forged?
I mean,
Because
We
you said
have-
you did say that we would have gems that'd be worth
You have
1,000
enough
rupees.
gems.
You
for this.
would.
You
You
just need
would.
to forge the bowl.
Jesus. Sure.
It'll
Makes
disappear. The bowl,
Yeah,
the
it
bowl
gets
gets eaten
consumed.
up by the spell.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. You can try it. So, what do I usually use? or forging, I usually use a sleight of hand with you all.
It's you usually use a dex-based forging. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use that for them to perform. It would be Taroxy's and Telmo, but Telmo, you'll make the role. You all working together into the night hours. You all now. Here's what I'll say. Now, what are the benefits of the feast again? Roxy knows Nick once it works.
So I bring forth a great feast, including magnificent food and drink. The feast takes 1 hour to consume and disappears at the end of that time.
Okay.
The beneficial effects don't set until the hour is over. Up to 12 creatures can partake in the feast. A creature that partakes in the feast gets several benefits. The creature is cured of all diseases and poisons, becomes immune to poison and being frightened. Make all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Its max HP is increased by 2d10, and it gains the same number of the number of hit points. This benefit lasts for 24 hours. This is a 6th level spell.
Okay.
I'm seeing my eyes that DC just became a 30 for me to make this.
And put this together. What would you make you may make in the bowl out of? Would it be a metal bowl? How do you think you'd forge it? Tell me.
Oh, it's got to be. I'm stealing gold from bits. We're doing this.
As you and Taroxy's work on this,
it's not gonna be.
I can't make it. Yeah, I can't. I can't make it obnoxiously hard, as I've seen you all forge spears and different things. You haven't forged a bow yet, but
I have a +6.
You also aren't in a forge. You just kind of do it here in a camp of. Remember, she's already lost a few men, but she only brought 200. How many of them are forged? I'm trying to think, and I'm terrible with the history. I don't necessarily even understand how that gets done on a battlefield.
We have the appropriate tools.
Yeah, you all have them. So
we need a oven basically, but to fix weapons, to put on horseshoes, you got to have some sort of portable oven, right? With your army, you can't just expect your stuff not to break.
That's what I'm wondering if the Acrolians have. Maybe Piaxathor has it in his men.
Nope. Try again.
Why?
Well, hold on.
It's why you want to get it done, right?
I ain't using no Hellion fucking flame. Get out of here. I'd rather die.
You know what? Piaxathor walks up and he's like, "I can help." His hair kind of blowing, and
I ain't asking him for shit.
And he shows you his fancy Hellion furnace like that. You guys can. He thinks in. So
we can serve 12 people with this.
We're gonna forge our own furnace, and then we're gonna forge the bowl.
Tell me.
No, I'm not using a
He's willing to help as long as of the 12 people, himself and one of his lieutenants, as well as Tyrannica. And
Tyrannica has to join.
Has to join in. So you'd have to commune with Piaxathor.
And we gotta feed 4 Hellions.
Telmoon, we already showed them up enough. Wouldn't it be even more showy for us to be like, "Oh, you need our
I'm being an asshole. I'm gonna roll on it just to make sure. But there's a high chance. It's a higher chance that Piaxathor has this than anyway that took because Tyrannica didn't even come for war. She just came, like she's Leonidas. She came with her 200 to stand at the gate to to defend.
Leonidas brought 1,000 slaves to fix his shit. Don't lie to me. I know that story.
Piaxathor has it.
It's so over the movie.
For working with Piaxathor, I decided.
Moon.
What is the problem?
We need this.
You have a nasty persuasion check bonus, right? Over 10?
Me?
Uh-huh.
I have a 12. Do you need me to persuade you, Telmoon?
Set a fair DC. No. Set a fair persuasion check DC. What do you think it would take to convince
I can put
Elmoon and
aside,
Taraxis
Heliod can put
to
aside
use the Heliod port?
his issues with Perforos. Tomorrow, we go into this battle together. We must be as one. You must set aside your petty ways, Telmoon.
This is
For your
exactly
friend.
what I've been trying to say. We need
This
to
asshole just called me
the free
petty.
people. Is he wrong?
I ain't petty. Heliod's a bitch.
We don't have to help Heliod, but this man would be helping us to make sure that we all survive this coming battle. This has been harrowing. I don't know about you, but I don't think that I could take a lot of hits from this upcoming conflict.
We're
How many hits have
definitely.
you taken so far?
A lot.
So Apple would have probably spoke
I
up and
start
shared the
limping.
vision that he had, and he would have basically been like, Yanagu, in that very Renee style, like he's
Oh, yeah,
kind of
by the
gunning
way.
for fit. By the way, yeah, because he has the
He never
weapon.
told us that.
No.
Just heard
I'm
it.
sharing. I'm literally saying that Apple is there in camp,
Okay.
sharing it with you all, because I can't imagine Renee wouldn't share it. Like if he wouldn't share it,
Yeah.
then that'd be one thing. So I don't want to take any agency away from him, but I think he would share that with you and be like, I had this vision. I saw Fitz. I saw Yanagu, his toothy grin. He seemed to be able to see you when you touched it.
Well, come on, Telmoon. Knowing that, do you really want to put us in danger? Is there another way that you can get this done and we can still sleep tonight? What the heck is wrong with you? I hate Heliod
what's
as much
Roxy's
as
deck?
you do.
Nick, what's Roxy's deck?
What?
This is
what
crazy. This is madness.
What's
This
Roxy's
is
deck?
madness.
Or-
This is literally 300 moments.
Modifier.
Bro, just let him help you.
Caraxes' dex save.
No, his deck's modifier.
Dex modifier.
Mhm.
That's a 2.
Okay. His roll is one less
Wait.
than mine.
Wait.
So you roll it for Taraxis because I'm not touching that shit.
I'm gonna inspire whoever's doing it. Do you want my persuasion roll for you, Telmoon? Or are you
I'm
gonna
not
help?
touching shit. He's rolling it for Taraxis. Taraxis is going to build it.
But you're gonna build it. You're gonna use the forge from
I'm not using shit. Taraxis is
Taraxis.
going to do it. But Nick's going to roll it for him.
I'm giving you a D10 inspiration, my last one.
D10.
Yes.
Okay. It's a +2. That's an 8.
Bro, you rolled a
He's
2
been rolling
and a-
low all night.
I rolled a 5 on the D20 and then a 1 on the D10.
Dang.
So that's 6. And then his dex is 2. Plus our proficiency bonus is 12. He rolled a 12.
12. That's a 12 actually. Okay.
Why did you have Nick roll that?
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to convince each other because I don't think this is a role I asked for.
Is this the roll to make the bowl, or is
That's
this
the
to
roll to make the bowl.
convince?
Oh,
No,
that's
I told Taraxis to go make it.
you had Taraxis go make it instead of
Do you
you.
think he'd be
What are
any
you
more
doing?
thrilled
Yeah.
about working with Heliod?
He's no, but you guys wanted us to try. Literally, it's a 1 point difference between our rolls. So if he would have rolled for me, it would have been a thing.
Yeah, but you've been saying your dice are out for blood all night.
Yes, for blood, not for healing. You want me to roll instead?
Oh,
Okay, I did roll a 17, but still,
So you rolled a 17.
Plus a
I rolled a
D10.
17.
Oh,
which would have
Taraxis
been
rolled an 11.
Yeah.
I'm not
24.
taking characters who aren't here at the game.
It would have been 24.
I'm okay with you failing. I actually would be preferable, but I'd rather take your roll
Okay,
than Taraxis'
It's okay.
roll. That would seem less kind of leaving it up to the which is so, and I told you were both working on it together, right? So taking both of their roles.
Okay, fine.
I'll say the bowl when it comes back, basically because maybe Telmoon, because he's doing this begrudgingly over there in the camp with Piaxathor around all his men wearing their, kind of like talking their Heliod stuff. He has to work around them and around the blue cloaks. Eventually, you all come back cooling that bowl, bringing it back with the gems encrusted in it. It looks less like a gleaming, like the Indiana Jones, what do you call it? The yeah, I can't think of it. The
Holy Grail?
Holy Grail looks less like that, the Holy Grail, and more like something formed in pottery class that kind of deformed and went wrong. But it's a bowl. It can be filled, and it has gems in it. Even no matter whether some of the gems are poking through the inside and some on the outside. I know the Holy Grail's unassuming. It was the wooden cup. I know. But they all wanted it to be the most, the people that all died chose the most fanciest. They thought it would be the most. Yeah, I know. I know my Indiana Jones. It makes me think about it like in that way. Okay. So Nick, you have what you have to perform the feast.
Looking over at Taroxys and Talmoon, extremely begrudgingly making this in the forge. Heliod, grabbing the bowl. Thank you for your assistance there, Talmoon and Taroxys, and thank you, Raxathor, for working together with us on this.
It is not a problem. I understand that we have a friendly competition going, but I want you to know that I am actually rooting for you, as I hope we are all rooting for each other to succeed as brothers in combat. And he reaches his hand out to shake Talmoon's.
Talmoon fucking walks away. Talmoon is gone. Talmoon's going to sleep by himself.
And there's this big giant Leonin, right? This white Leonin, and this little satyr just kind of walks away from him.
Like I didn't spit on his head.
What did Heliod do to you all that you feel this way? I will not defend my god, but I think, unfortunately, sometimes we are judged by who we worship. All of the gods have done things questionable, but we must trust in their choices.
Heliod was kind of a jerk and kind of tried to kill us. And then when we survived, he tried to co-opt us and asked us to rebrand with his name. Do you know how much hard work I put into the branding of the Bronze Bullies? Don't let the name fool you. Where usually I stare at Talmoon pretty nice. Sorry.
Mostly for me, it was him trying to kill us, not the branding.
It was the branding for me, to be honest.
I do not know what you did to be put in the harmful eye of Heliod. I will not question what brought that. But I will say, looking at Fitz, he goes, it looks like he chose you and to bring you into the fold of champions. There are very few who get that chance, get that opportunity. Like we follow the great Medios, who is down in Odunos, fighting, save the world from the Murder King. Like some of the Melodist guys go up in a roar.
So, you've met my brother.
I have. I do not know him well, but I honor him and the how and he realized when you say it, he goes, sorry. And he kind of like doesn't bow all the way, but he brings himself down. Proxinos, the brother of Medios. Yes. I have heard many things about you. Some whispers, some good, and some questionable. But I believe you to be true in heart, inside. I believe that what I've heard about the corruption of Erebos on you to not be true. Everything I have seen as you stand before me is righteous.
There is a lot that has happened. But I think the best thing for right now is we are going to be going to war, and we're going to fight valiantly.
Yes.
So let us feast.
Let us feast, for tomorrow we may be feasting in Elysia. And him and his men kind of cheer, and they start to. I imagine like Praxinos is like working this as they're eager to eat. I imagine there's some of the Acroians. They're strong. They don't care if they get to feast in this at all. But for those 12, yeah, who are those? So it's the group. So those of the Bronze Bullies. Also, Leto has not returned. Still, so you're not participating, Telmo? You're not eating.
Fuck off.
You're not eating. Okay, should we roll to see if Taraxis eats?
Taraxis doesn't eat.
Oh yeah, he doesn't eat. Yeah, there's no way he participates. So
So
Telmoon,
he can't get the benefits of the hero's feast.
literally
ever?
Telmoon and Taraxis leave, and they go.
I mean, it's up to you whether you allow him to get the benefit. I mean, he can
No,
force
if
food into
we
his system.
we have played this the entire way that Taraxis doesn't consume anything and get any
Yeah, he
benefit
doesn't
from
eat.
consume anything. So I do not think there's any way that he gets the benefit of this.
We can't like rub the food on him like war paint.
He's not here. I'm not going to allow it. He just
Okay.
So if he comes next week, he will not have the benefits in the next game of it. It wouldn't make sense that way, especially with Telmoon so adamantly protesting. This means that
It's your fault.
now.
Dino.
Here's the thing, Telmoon. With your conviction and you all being zealots as you are, I will give you an inspiration point for staying true.
Inspiration. Inspiration. I'm just playing. I'll take your inspiration.
I know you hate inspiration points, but that's all I can give you. And so, in these last moments, is there anything that you all maybe talk about or share as you feast on? And then, Proxinos, what is the meal that you serve? 'Cause I know you're always very particular about the menu and what gets served to the group.
The how it happens is the bowl, as he's focusing on it. I'm assuming that we have at least a long kind of table that he placed it on. And
I imagine there's you find a long slab of stone that everything can sit on. Yeah.
And he is actually channeling his time at Elysium as the mist kind of pours over the bowl and covering the stone table. And we see pitchers and goblets filled with the wine of the gods, ambrosia. We see huge slabs of roasted meat that appear on the middle sections in these large plates. Bountiful, huge leaves that have a mixture of different types of grains and leaves, vegetables, fruits of all kinds that have been peeled and cut in these bowls that are on the sides of them. And the bowl itself has the mist is coming out of it. The bowl itself is disappearing in that mist as more of these portions get placed, appearing on the tables until it is finally disappearing.
I appreciate the wonderful description of the feast, as I can almost smell the aroma of the food, and I can hear the chatter and the good spirits of the army around you, even those who don't get to partake in your feast. I'm going to imagine almost in this way, almost in this kind of like Jesus and the 2 loaves of bread and the fish, like everyone gets to participate. They don't get the benefits, right? The 12 that are part of the spell, but there's this kind of good spirit that goes throughout the camp. Acroians, Militians, Bronze Bullies, Heliod followers, Perforos followers, Thassa alike. Everyone feasts except those 2, the little satyr sitting in a corner, and the Interoxys, who's kind of shuts down, and I don't know how Interoxys feels about where Telmoon's at. I don't know if Interoxys changed a bit, but he kind of just goes into that cold, and I don't know if that feels like anything to Telmoon, where even though he has Interoxys is still kind of cold tonight because he's kind of like shutting down, preparing for tomorrow. And so Telmoon is like left with his thoughts. And he's left with this blade that won't talk to him.
Was planning to actually sit with the blade. Like,
okay.
I mean, knowing that I wasn't talking to him, but he just doesn't understand the path. He doesn't see why his people would fold like that. Like, he thinks it's dishonorable for his group to have done what they did. So he's just, he's trying to figure it out. He's staring at the blade, but the blade doesn't have to talk back. But he is hoping that it would.
Can they have a insight check?
Probably wasted a good roll on the Super Bowl. That's a 3.
Okay. And unfortunately, what are you gonna do?
To trade my bowl roll by itself. Oh, damn it! No, it's okay.
Unfortunately, he sits with that, and I imagine the impact of that, hours on end, waiting for this blade to respond. And it does not speak, does not hear anything. Either it is completely still frustrated with him and refusing. I think with that 3, it's either that, or maybe his actions have severed the connection. Maybe if it was speaking to him, he's not even hearing it. He doesn't know. And with that, is there anything I'm missing? Persis, you've been kind of quiet. I don't want to leave anybody out, but the night is kind of closing to an end.
I know, like, Nick kind of described the whole course of the Heroes Feast. I did want to, during it, I wanted to sit with Pyaxathor and talk with him for a second.
Yeah.
Just like in mid-meal.
Yeah.
Sidle up and like take a seat next to him.
So he's like eating with his hands, like he's got kind of white clawed. Persis.
Pyaxathor. I'm sorry for the way my companions are behaving. I know you asked what Heliod did to them or what happened in the past, but really none of that is an excuse to treat you the way they've been doing.
I appreciate you, Persis, but it kind of comes with the territory. You get used to those either liking you for either accepting you or not. I'm not as offended because I think I understand the little fellow. I used to be like him once. I can still be a bit snarky and I can still be a bit of an ass for Heliod. But it's all in good jest with fellow warriors. And at the end of the day, we are all flawed. So thank you, but no need to apologize on his behalf. The food is good, yes?
The food is good.
Your fellow, I hope it's not, if it's the darkness of Erebos, Heliod, forgive me, as he continues to shovel food into his face.
Proxenos would be moving over to their direction.
I don't think if you've heard rumors about him being corrupted somehow, I haven't seen it. I mean,
You're speaking of
this
the devil, as Proxino's closest to him.
I mean, you've changed a bit stylistically, but I haven't seen you embracing any of the values of the underworld.
Coming up and hearing that, Persis, talking about Erebos and the things around it, it has definitely made me think of things, especially with the recent journeys I've had. Just like with the other gods, they all play a part and roles in Theros. And whether we like it or not, Erebos is in charge of the underworld and the home of Elysium, where all fine warriors go.
I've been thinking of that, of all the gods having their places. And I meant to have a conversation, perhaps more of a conversation with Telmoon and Taroxes, but now is a bad time for it.
They need their time. And Raxathor, this is just a bit of a taste to await you in the glory of Elysium.
It bothers me that not just them, but all of us at times revel in the power that we have. And we should realize that every time we slaughter our enemies with abandon and enjoy it, that's giving power to Mogus.
Can I have a persuasion check, Persis? This is one of those, like, while you're having a conversation with folks over a meal, a chance to like change someone's mind.
If you didn't use your inspiration yet, you have a D10.
Oh, amazing.
Axathor got a 18.
Okay. I'm going to use a sorcerer thing that I haven't gotten to use yet and use a sorcery point to reroll. And I have a D10. Okay. That's a 23.
Ooh. And so you just see him kind of like sipping his drink, and he seems to kind of be, for a second, he disconnects, like he almost like in deep thought. Kind of looks over at you, and almost under his like Leonin breath, kind of huffs like, "I never thought about it like that." Continues. Notice he kind of like laps into his into his cup instead of like tossing it back. So you can tell that you've kind of gotten to him somewhere.
Yeah. I don't say this to make you feel bad or to undermine our resolve. Our conscience leads us to oppose Mogus. And we can still defeat him without becoming his servants. We just have to be mindful of what we're really supporting.
Not giving into the bloodshed, but to the resolve and the aspirations to protect those that we care about, to die with honor, and to embrace the other side that Iroas is in.
Indeed.
the characters don't know this, but this has been really, the party receives +1 to the Bronze Bullies for this conversation towards the war's outcome. Just in this conversation, just in the role play. And Persis receives 1 point of Erois because that conversation is very much in line with the idea of victory and succeeding over bloodshed, over war for the sake of war, whether he accepts it or not, and it's not some kind of holy feeling you feel or some enlightenment. It's just there, right? It's just with Persis, it's with her. So yeah.
Well, Pyaxathor, there's something else that bothers me a bit. Did you see Leto when you were rescuing the prisoners?
Yes. Leto, was he the shifty one amongst you? Quick on his feet, quick to hide in shadows.
Yeah, easy to lose in a crowd or in the wilderness.
Yes. We saw him. We were amidst fighting Minotaur, cleaving through blood and bone, trying to survive. There were many of them. And he so eloquently, before we could get to the cages where the Leonins were, we could see those. I would see like a shadow, a quick movement, and then the cage would open. I would see the Leonin, and every time a cage opened, Leonins joined us in battle and helped us. He helped, and you could tell that he wouldn't have said this an hour ago, but he's like, normally I would have taken all the credit, hail be to Heliod, but he was inspirational. He helped us do that easier, much quicker than we ever would. But when we began to move, as we began to fight, I did not see him in the fray. He disappeared into the shadows. I do not know why he is not back now. I remember hearing the neigh of a horse and hearing the flapping of wings, but it was in the middle of combat before I kind of saw him drop in. And then like that, he was gone. That is strange. I just thought about it. I thought he would be here with you.
To be honest, I'm not extremely surprised. I think he may have things of his own to resolve.
Hopefully he did not steal your horse. He seems like the type to steal your horse. And then he's like, I'm sorry, I'm judging him based on what I could be wrong.
I wouldn't worry about that. He asked to ride and take off to assist with rescuing the Leonin, and he had the eyes of a man that was determined, not something that a shady thief would have.
And suddenly, as he listens to you, you hear this as the Leonin, Pyaxathor, is unclipping his breastplate, and he takes it off. His Heliod breastplate. And he unclips and he takes off his blue, kind of royal blue cloak. And now he's just kind of bare, even though his fur is covering him. He stands up, nothing of Heliod on him. And he walks away from camp to the darkest point where Telmoon is sitting with his sword. He walks up and he goes, if you'd like me to leave, I will. But I approach you now not as a champion of Heliod, but as soldier to soldier. Again, I just hope you know, I ask nothing of you, but I hope you know tomorrow we are one, regardless of whether you see it that way or not. And I hope that we can, if we do end up fighting back to back, is not necessarily for our gods, but for the soldier that stands shoulder to shoulder, to our left, to our right. Persis has allowed me to see that.
So you're a champion of Elliot.
I am. Has your god never done anything questionable?
It's not my place to question.
I know when I was a child, and the rest, many of the people that I grew up with, my own pride, none of them believed in the gods. They believed in them, but none of them had wanted anything to do with them. I had something happen at an early age that made me understand that I wanted to follow Helliot. Clearly, you had the same calling. But have you not heard of the stories of hundreds of years ago when all of Akros almost burned to the ground based on Mount Velis erupting? Was that not Perforos? Has he not allowed many to die? This is why I say I do not question the gods. I follow because they have done great things for me.
Sometimes it's necessary to destroy in order to create.
And so we both agreed there. And he kind of just turns and marches away from you, back towards the camp. Does that end our night? Is there
Anything Fitz wanted to say?
Yeah, I know Fitz was kind of out of there for a minute. How did Fitz spend the rest of her evening preparing for battle, you know?
She is stuffing her face with all the amazing food and is like, oh my God, Proxinos, I missed you so much. This is so awful. The food without you was so awful. You have I like drinking way too much, just rambling about how great the food is. She's also making friends with like the Leonin who are there like braiding some of their manes, whether they want it or not. Trying to tuck badges of like honorary bronze bullies like in the armor to cover the helioid logos wherever she can, if she can like sleight of hand it. Just general trying to keep everyone's spirits up before what she knows is going to be a harrowing battle. And she's a little nervous about the fact that she was informed that she's kind of marked for death.
And I have a persuasion check, even though it's not really persuading, but like the idea that she's always selling for the bronze bullies, right? She's always on marketing. So can I get that persuasion check from her?
Yeah. 6, so that's a 26.
Ooh, you guys are crazy good. I love it. I love that as you guys get really strong, I keep just still rolling shitty 1 through 10 rolls no matter what. like level 11 and they're all like 28 and I'm like 12.
Fine.
And so as you're braiding one of those Leonin's hair, you look over and you see Piaxathor, and he's kind of off in the shadows away from the fires, the multiple fires that are lit. And you can tell that he's like fastening his armor back on. And you only want to see this, Fitz, but you see that he's holding one of your little bronze bullies flags, and he like tears the flag off of the stick, and he like holds it, kind of grips it in one hand, kind of looks over his shoulder, and then he tucks it behind his ear and ties it, kind of like wraps it around and ties it into his mane, and then fluffs it so it's kind of hard to see, and then kind of goes back and sits down. And you gain an inspiration point.
Heck yeah.
There's a big smile on Proxinos' face, and you can tell that he's way more lively than he's been in a while. And Fitz, like looking over at you, just talking about the food, conversing with the Leonin and the crowing soldiers, and just kind of saying, I really miss this. I'm glad to have met you all. And I'm sorry to hear about the food thing. Hopefully you won't have to deal with that again.
Yeah, don't go dying on us anytime soon, bud. It was rough. You just give him like a good smack on the shoulder.
I promise that I won't be dying anytime soon.
Right back at you.
With that being said, does everyone want to roll the 2d10 except Telmoon because you don't want to eat?
Do we roll our own, or does one person roll for the group?
I think you're rolling your own, right?
Nick is supposed to roll it.
Am I supposed to roll for everyone?
Okay.
God
That makes
damn.
makes
Okay.
sense, Nick. You
But
roll
if
it
it's
and
more
then
fun for you guys can roll it individually.
Up to
But-
you, DM. How do you want to
You know
do it?
what? I like the idea of everybody rolling their own.
It's 2d10, you said?
2d10.
But yeah, in general, any multi thing like that usually is a single roll. That's why.
Yeah,
matching
that-
this
no,
is
it
supposed to
makes
work
sense.
Like
It makes sense, Delmo. I think that's definitely the way it's supposed to work. I'm just kind of
Yeah,
going
no, this is
roll a cool here. Just let everybody roll their dice. Yeah.
that. Because Nick has been rolling so trash, so you don't want to tie everybody to his roll.
That's part of it too.
Watch because he
Probably
rolls
part.
like 2 10s.
No, that's a 4 and a 3.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I rolled an 8 and a 7.
Rolled a 10 and a 2.
Do you want me to log everyone's rolls, or do you guys? How do you
There's
wanna
a
do that?
Somebody wanna
max
roll for
HP.
Log for-
If you go into
Oh yeah, someone could roll for Apple because I'm sure he's eating now. Because he's furry again.
yeah, you can actually eat.
he's probably feasting like, oh my god, like I had like this is what I've missed out
Like the
on.
best food he's had in his whole life.
ever had.
So are these temporary hit points, or does it increase your maximum
No,
hit points?
they're max hit points
Oh shit,
for
okay.
24 hours.
Okay, I can write these down in my notes unless you
Oh,
guys want
it's
to
a really
just
good
add them
spell.
to your character sheet now.
Yeah.
I'm added to my character sheet because you can modify your max HP.
Oh, nice.
That's something you don't. If you go to your H, well, take your long rest first, and then
Okay.
just put an max HP modifier
Mhm.
when you click on your your HP box.
Okay.
Yeah, we just click. I just click
It
on the
says
hit
max
points.
HP.
Yeah, it brings
Override
it up.
max HP.
I just want to say that was a great camp moment. There was like some really good role play there.
Shout outs to Persis for really
Yeah.
pushing that along, because it's like, yeah,
Um,
we're kind of helping out. We're helping out Mogus by doing that.
We can't just murder shit all the time.
that was really
I expect
strong. It
it's
made a
fine.
lot of shit.
Yeah.
Made a lot of
Can't
sense. I was like,
just murder
damn.
Maybe not. Maybe not from your God's tenants. So my God's tenants allow me to do that shit.
I see it. I see both sides. I like it. And so those hit points are provided out as everyone rolls those. The night rolls on, and the morning, the dawn begins to break right around like 5:30 in the morning. And already, whether you're kind of tipsy from the night before, but you hear the clank and the clatter of Akroans and militians already up early, getting ready for war. Some of them already filing in the ranks. Tyrannica kind of doing a morning kind of meditation to Erois, and Piaxathor doing the same to Heliot, and yeah, you all are kind of getting up, whatever your morning rituals, that whatever those look like, you're all performing and kind of shaking off the cobwebs from the night before, heightened alertness for what may be to come at any given point. Anything to add there before we move on?
As Fitz looks around and sees everyone meditating and trying to commune with their deities, she's gonna go pick some flowers and make a little flower crown and talk to Nylea and say, we really haven't played our game in a while, but I know you're probably just busy, so don't mind me while we kick some butt here in your name. And I'm gonna put it on my head.
And she doesn't hear a marker or a polo, no callback, but she puts on her crown, but she still feels kind of, uplifted in that moment. As the sun begins to rise, there is a moment there in the next maybe 30 minutes where the ground tremors, rumbles a bit. For a second, it almost feels like there's a quake happening. But out before you, Tyrannika's the first to respond and begin to rush out of camp and look out as some of her troops are starting to file into their formations. She can see, you can all see, the battle formations that are starting to are pouring towards maybe a couple miles away, which some troops are already marching down there, where the front line of the war is. If you're looking on the map, it's where the pike wall was, and it is full of minotaur, centaur, scattered gnolls, and returned alike. And as you all begin to file and get ready, you hear a call out, "Acroans!" Almost someone using thaumaturgy to boom across. And everyone, the hoplites all begin to file side by side. Tyrannica calls out, "To my Lukos, you are wolves of Akros." Ow! They all respond back. They are, and you know the Lukos to be the best of the best. Those who find glory in battle, glory in death. Let us march forth and die and serve Iroas. And if we have to, continue our war in Elysia. And they hear this thaumaturgy boom and this, "Acroans, lay down your weapons." And as all these Acroans began to march forward, followed by Piaxathor and his militians, it grows quiet for a moment as both sides stand there. And they've been at this war for 3 days now. This is your kind of first. And Tyrannica just turns. I don't know whether the bronze bullies are on their Pegasi in the sky or whether they're just mounting them, but she turns and she goes, "We've been at this now, like I said, for 3 days. Why don't we let our bronze bullies do the honor?" And so kind of turning it over to the bronze bullies, how do you respond to the call to lay down your weapons from the armies on the other side?
No one's better to announce this than you.
You're funny. Do I have some nonsense I can use?
It's on you.
I'm gonna. Who said that? The leader?
It's just some like random kind of like sorcerer who called out and boomed out his voice. You don't even. That's the thing, is you don't even, from how far they are away, and like some of the men are marching forward, you don't even know where that voice came from. It's hard to even spot. It's just a mass of bodies right now. I'll say that like there's a figure on a horse, right, that's kind of marched forward. You can kind of see that one person. So yeah, but he's kind of tiny. He's like several hundred yards away.
I think you'll lay your weapons down first when we cut them from your bodies. And I won't waste a spell slot yet. I'll cast Thunderclap. 3, a con save.
Okay, he's
Of
definitely probably
16.
out of the range of it, but I'm gonna allow it for the sake of-
Totally. It's like 5 feet. He's so
yeah,
far out of the range.
It's definitely
You
not.
just attacking Proxenos again? What do you do to you?
He told me to stop. We're ready to fight.
You rolled a 12.
He failed. He takes 3d6 thunder damage.
So as you say that, you hear Marco like whisper in the wind.
And he takes 12 points of thunder damage.
Do you respond to the Marco?
Oh.
And as you say,
I always
Polo,
respond.
you hear the thunder, and that dude just kind of pops off the horse. You just from your distance just sees him like drop, almost like Nylea's magic going all the way out there and tackling it. And at that moment, it's all out. The roar's on. The armies are pouring down this. And if you look at the map, like essentially there's a wall, and then there's a cliff face that is about 300, maybe a couple hundred feet wide, and then it's 200 feet down, and these armies are just pouring down that towards each other, and then boom, as they like collide, like the phalanx of the Acroians kind of like stop them and hold them, and kind of they start to push, and then they push back and begin to break and just stab as you start to see like figures begin to drop and fall. What are you all doing? What do you think it looks like? This isn't initiative, this isn't combat, but this is like, how do the Bronze Bullies charge or don't charge into battle? How do they respond to what they're seeing? How do they coordinate and help in this moment?
Ursus, do you want to fly with me on Sparkles?
Yes, I can do a lot from a range.
Then we are in the sky.
It almost looks like the Inagu's forces are like, they almost like are splashing the way waves splash against rocks. That's what it looks like, the way they hit Acroin in the numbers. But there's so many of them. It's just kind of blow after blow. Those Acroins are holding them. You all in the sky. You can tell the way the Acroins fight. This is what's kept them alive so long. And so Fitz and Persis are on Sparkle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Telmoon, Proxenos, Piaxathor is down there in the midst of things. Telmoon and Proxenos, what are you doing? I imagine that Taroxys is flying kind of dead into the fight, like swooping in so that he can be down there with the Acroians. Like he sees Minotaurs and he's like, let's go. Like for the first, he almost like separates from the party. Apo is flying above and just, sniping from above as he needs to. And suddenly a loose arrow kind of goes to hit Apo. And as it does, he almost Colossus style, he turns back into an amber rock. So now you know that it's flexible. It comes and goes as needed as the arrow deflects.
Yeah.
Given the breakout, Telman will probably need to be with Apo so that Proxenos can do what he wants to do.
All right. Telman will be at Apo, kind of flying around, finding his way into battle. All right. I like what I'm hearing.
Yeah. I'm choosing hopefully staying high and choosing where I think are vulnerabilities and just splashing down Eldritch Blast, trying to open up some spots, let him through.
All right. I'm going to
really keeping an eye out for Unaga, right? We're looking for.
You're looking for him.
Chiefs.
Right now, you don't see him. Yeah, I mean, you can spot those.
Yeah, not necessarily him, but any generals, whatever. I'm trying to make an impact here.
Here's what I want for this first phase of the fight is a survival check from each of you, but not a survival check in a standard sense. I want a strength-based survival check.
That doesn't help now.
Okay.
A strength-based survival check.
Okay. I'll take that, or only if you are piloting or a horse or a Pegasi, I will take a animal handling dexterity check.
Okay.
I'm assuming that Fitz is piloting.
Yeah, yes, Fitz is definitely piloting.
Okay.
Does
So
that
this
mean
is
that I just add my animal handling? Like it's a D20 plus. my
no.
animal
Sometimes it
handling?
changes. It's weird. It's like
So you're gonna trade out your intelligence modifier for
for
your
your
dex modifier.
and then add. But yeah,
So if my intelligence is a -1 and my dex is a +2, does that mean that I add 3?
Yeah, add 3 to whatever you roll.
Yes, you're changing out the attribute that it would normally go with it.
Okay.
Okay. So a +2, and then we add the animal handling.
Oh, you're doing animal. Yeah, so you're adding your whatever your animal
Are you
handling.
animal handling yourself? Are you flying yourself? What are you flying on?
I'm surprised you're not like a bird or something, but that makes sense. He's probably not trying to use that slot.
Are you with us? Are you?
Oh yeah, where are you at? Yeah,
I was.
he tell me
thought
that
I
he was on
taking-
with Apple Dexes, but unless if there's
Um,
because there's still a horse missing because Leto hasn't come back.
That's
There's only
true.
There's only 2 Pegasi.
Okay, in that case, yeah, he would need to turn into. He would need to be a giant bird. Yeah.
Okay.
So would that still be a dexterity plus, or what? What would that?
Then
be?
no, then I would just give you you would just give me a dex based roll based on what you are. Yeah. You're
Okay.
you can give me acrobatics, but I mean based on that bird, it's probably gonna be a dex check. Let's see what we get.
I rolled a 15.
Okay.
I mean, that would still be a 20.
Rolled an 8 -1 for 7.
What'd you get?
7.
Okay. 7. And then anyone else? So 15 is a win. Anybody? So on Persis is below that. Anybody else?
No, I rolled a 15 as well.
15. So 15 win.
Proximos got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So if you want to add any flair, but Proxinos, you're diving between, the battle, allowing Telmoon to kind of swoop down and attack here and there, swooping out of the way as, arrows miss you as they fly. Fitz doing the same. And at the same time, unfortunately, Persis, you're able to kind of a couple times when you swoop down and attack, creatures are either able to kind of slash you or land a blow or an arrow land, something like that. You will take, not to your Pegasus, but you will take 7 points of slashing or piercing damage, whichever one would be the highest. And that is it, because I think everyone else passed. Now, minutes continue to tick by in this battle, and in a weird way, the Bronze Bullies are used to literally mopping up their enemies within a minute or two. So this is the first time where extensive, it's been 5 minutes. You kind of can feel the fatigue of what war feels like as it continues to go on and on. Minutes start to feel like hours in these extended circumstances. And suddenly, eventually the battle opens up as the Akroians push back on Yanagu's forces. You still don't see Yanagu anywhere in the distance. There's a lot of dust being kicked up from all the battle. Some men going over the side of the cliff. But the Akroians, as they break that phalanx, they start to just go to work on the enemy. And at this point, Tyrannica calls out. And she can tell that with her strategic understanding of the battlefield, she automatically, maybe from also her generals or her people around her, she's able to understand what she needs. She calls out to her men, push forward, no prisoners. And you can tell that they are about to advance into the squad against, and there's about to just be a melee. You can tell that you can stick with her in this. And in that fight, she also calls out to where the Bronze Bullies can hear her. She goes, down in the Ash Valley, I see a war machine. That's a catapult weapon, as one of her men calls over and tells her, and she's like, Bronze Bullies, can you aid with that? And then as someone else calls out, but Tyrannica, the troops, archers, there are thousands of them drawing in. They're about to fire on us. She was like, we can handle it. So now you realize there's separate things. There's either the catapult that's about to fire, and she calls out as like one of the soldiers says like they have like alchemy fire or like, and so that thing fires over 250 feet as its range down there in the valley. You can go to destroy the weapon. You can go to cause a diversion on the archers before they fire on Tyrannica, or you can just lay into the fight with her down below. What do you all want to do?
Persis, do you want to explore the Ash Valley?
And splitting would probably be a bad idea in war conditions. Just letting you know.
Never a bad idea about.
We're on the same horse. We can talk.
Yeah.
Well, you two can talk.
Yes, we need to destroy that machine.
I'm gonna cast message to my allies, my fellow bullies, and say we should destroy that machine.
I think the AOE of catapult is gonna do more damage than
some freaking arrows.
Arsenal of archers.
It
could. It's got magic attached.
You hear Eagle Screech.
Good job, Proxinos. I like the way you think.
So they begin to head down that way towards down into the valley, down into the mist, dropping low. And as they are heading there, as Tyrannica's fighting on the cliffs and all the armies are collapsing off of each other, we'll crash to black for a 5-minute break, and we'll come back there. Good shit.
All right.
All right.
I'm so excited.
Oh my.
Don't you shake your head at us, Jason.
I'm playing the numbers game. Y'all are playing fancy.
What? You don't know what kind of fancy stuff he's got attached to this mysterious siege weapon. It could launch the dragon into battle for all we know. Also, should we be worrying about a dragon?
Lots of could be fire. It sucks, but it's D6s.
But how many D6s?
Fewer than the archers. But this is more fun.
I mean, we
haven't attacked the siege weapon before.
Yeah. We can take care of this and then come back and defeat the archers too.
We're just that good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We've established this is a video game with radiant quests. We can just do all the quests in order and then win.
Oh man, this isn't the new
and level up.
New Batman. Is that out? Is that Batman out right now? The one with Harley Quinn is the bad guy?
I don't know.
It's crazy. Like the concept is crazy. Because like it's just like crimes are happening in the city. Period.
It's never happened in Gotham before.
And it's your job to go and like get information on them or just wander and try to stop them.
But, are you talking about like the game or a movie?
In the game, in the new game. Okay. And then like apparently you can like co-op and like go into another person's city. But like if y'all are in a mission and someone runs around the corner and finds a different fight, like that's it. Like the other guy's gone. You could probably run into each other again, but now you're just running. You can literally run around somebody else's Gotham and just not see them. And just run around and help stop them.
Okay.
Or you could work together.
Are you just are you blue Batman when you're in this other city? Like, how do you tell which Batman from the other?
Yeah, I don't really know who you are particularly because like a lot of it's been what I've seen has been focused more. I've just been looking at like the bad guys. Apparently, like Harley, it's like a concept of what if Harley Quinn liberates from the Joker and then realizes I'm smarter than he ever was. Why don't I just become a supervillain?
That's a thing because like in canon, she's brilliant.
Yeah.
But she also makes dumb decisions. So she's stupid and smart at the same time.
Yeah.
Or just,
So,
I think she's a smart person with no impulse control at this point.
sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adding Stockholm syndrome into that wasn't really a good mix, but
Oh yeah. Yeah. Gonna be back.
Super upset.
Yeah. Why is that?
A team lost by 3. Do you understand how a football field is?
If you're to ask me that, the best I can give you is it's long. I know they have numbers that dictate like
So
how
50
many.
is in the middle,
Yeah.
and it goes down to 0 both ways. So it's 100. We were pushing and threw an interception
Uh-huh.
on the 1 yard line, like 3 feet away from scoring. And they took the ball and ran it all the way back. So instead of us scoring, they scored.
Oh my god.
I
Which is
wish
how
you
we
could have
lost.
heard my loud laugh just now. I'm sorry for your loss.
You're laughing at my loss? That's not nice.
It's okay. I'm a Broncos fan. We've been losing horribly for a while, so
I mean, I feel like if you're a Broncos fan, you should hate the Chiefs more than the Chargers.
I just revel in anyone not winning the game, I guess, because I don't know. I'm a
You
sore
just wanted
loser.
someone to lose. Worst
I
case
just wanted
scenario for
someone to
you was a
lose.
tie.
You were also very braggadocious at the beginning of this, although you did say that you would probably lose the game. So
Yeah. I thought we were up, but like we were up 10-0 in the first. And by the time I was talking to you guys, it was 17-14. So that was getting a lot smaller. And it was 17-17 when our game started. But then, yeah, they flipped the field on us, went up 24-17, then went up 27-17, and then we scored, but 24-27 wasn't enough.
that is rough to watch.
I just looked at the notifications right now because I'm getting fantasy scoring.
Did you at least win in Fantasyland?
Well, it's Thursday, so I need the whole week to happen. So we're only 1 game in. I 15 more. But
Okay. Well,
my
hopefully
quarterback did okay.
All right.
That's not bad. Like, I'm not doing terrible. But I am sad for my team. We're 1-1 in both score and in the league because the league hates us and made us have 2 of our 8 important games in the first 2 weeks. 17-week season, you have 8 important games, and they started us off on the first 2. So mad. Stupid NFL.
By the way, during the war speech, like when you thunderclap Fitz, I literally like my chair needs to be replaced. The only thing that's keeping together is a single bolt, and I backed up in the wrong way and I almost ate shit and like fell over with everything.
That's no way.
During the war speech?
Yeah, when you thunderclapped.
That's commitment
I'm
to
really
role
sorry.
Yeah. No. I was just pointing out that was happening when that happened.
It's just for dramatic effect. I get it.
Yes.
I'm excited we get into a little bit of the meat of this battle.
What am I gonna do to a siege weapon?
I'm a bird.
I don't know.
We're shooting fire at the siege weapon.
Apparently.
Siege weapon.
Guys, I am so useless right now. I am just a
You're
bird.
a bird,
Yeah.
but you're only transporting yourself. The flip side of this is the reason why I didn't go with Roxy's was just because I'm more effective from a cantrip perspective right now. But I mean, I can get down there. I can't booming blade a fucking catapult. Like, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because the catapult's not going to move on its own. Only force movement from catapult unless it is an automaton. So
You don't know.
Firebolt's more effective than Booming Blade because of that fact.
Mhm.
Because right now I do. Well, I guess I do 3d8 damage versus 3d10, so it's not a huge difference.
Yeah.
Actually, technically,
Actually-
interesting.
No, I'm doing 3d8 plus 5, so it actually might be the same, right? Or like maybe even a little more. You're right. I should booming blade with catapult. We can switch if you want. I can ride into Roxy's arms until he lands, and you can ride with Appo if you need to be able to be free. I just normally ride with Appo, so I went with Appo. I usually drive a Pegasus for Appo, which is why I went with Appo. Because he needs his hands free to. He needs 2 hands to be able to do stuff. I only need 1.
I think this
So-
works just fine. I mean, the other thing too I can still do is I can teleport everywhere as a bird.
I only get
Nice.
1 of those.
I have 5 uses of it.
It's proficiency. It scales off your
Wisdom.
intelligence bonus or your wisdom.
Yeah. So
There's no fucking way. As a feat,
because that's my 10th level circle of dreams is I get a 60-foot teleport on a bonus action.
got it.
Nice.
Yeah. Or I could use an action to teleport someone else in my stead 30 feet away.
Interesting. So a circle of dreams, Spring Eladrin could just be teleporting people all day.
Yeah.
Did you guys know that the Spring Eladrin space step could be used on someone else?
Did not know that.
No.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I don't know if you guys. Oh. No, you guys are in a different group. I posted a meme. It's Aladdin. Just reaching out his hand, talking about, do you trust me? But it's a Play Eladrin bard who is using a persuasion check for you to grab his hand so he can teleport you off a cliff.
That is so mean.
But it seems like it works more effectively just being a 10th level Circle of Dreams druid. As you get wisdom modifier times as opposed to
Proficiency, is it?
I'm not sure with the Eladrin. It might just be a once a day thing, the inspiration thing. I would almost never play a Spring Eladrin. Like, I don't really mess with elves like that very often, but if I do, they are normal elves. Usually they're not seasonal elves.
Yeah, it's once per turn. Or not once per turn, but once a day.
Ah.
Yeah.
Still potentially super useful.
Yeah.
Base step in general is pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bonus action teleport, but it doesn't count as a spell, so it's pretty messy stuff.
Yeah. And Shadar Kai have kind of that, but just for themselves now.
Yeah.
They get a boost to AC afterward. Is that what's going
Resistance
on? Resistance
on all damage.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
I remember in the big confrontation with Still Havity, Josh just did the teleport just to get the resistances because he was about to get completely
He was
destroyed.
gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, he moved back 5 feet.
Yeah. And if you don't know by this point, Jason, Josh resurrected Datura for our Friday games.
Of course he did.
And he was just as much of an asshole, I think.
You guys need to try to peer pressure Troy into seeing if he can make it on Saturdays.
For secrets?
I talked to Richard last night, and he was like, He was expressing regret because we're kind of getting to a point where he would have inserted Rev's backstory. So if you guys can give him a little bit of a guilt trip, Richard would be appreciated. Don't push him too hard. I know his sketch is crazy, but he's not working on Saturdays. Maybe we can get him. Does he say he's working on Saturdays right now? Or is he just working the 5 days when it's up?
I don't know.
I think it depends. I think he said some weeks they'll have overtime on Saturday mornings. But it'll be like, I think like even if he does that, technically he could make it to the games, but he would be exhausted.
Yeah, it'd be like 5 to 9 for him, and the game doesn't start till what, noon? Yeah.
Mm. So
I'm not gonna be there this Saturday, so I hit up Richard, and he hit me back at like 12:55, and he was like, "Hey, you want to hop on and talk about what Westwood did?" I'm like, "Oh." I stayed online with him until 3:50.
wow.
It was interesting. I got special lord up, and you guys as a group, I guess I should say us as a group, it's not okay. Not okay. I thought it was done. I thought we were just gonna be politicians now. It's gonna be okay.
What's that? I'm actually completely out. I just to get back in.
Richard does not love us. He wants
really?
us to suffer.
Are y'all getting on his nerves finally to the point where he's just like, I'm done. I can't.
Yeah. Well, we ended up. I was just up, and he hit me up, and we ended up talking for like 3 hours last night. And
he's like not
we
happy.
are not safe.
I probably shouldn't be having this on recording.
No, he's happy. It's just we are not. Like,
you're not safe anymore. He's like,
we are not safe.
Yeah.
We thought the horror campaign was over. That did not.
It's
just because
just
the horror's gone,
begun.
it's not making it any safer for us.
Richard goes. I feel like he goes in
It's
waves where
wild.
he's like easy, but he's just like, okay, I'm ready to just be cruel now. Like, you know, and he's just like, when he's cruel, he's cruel. He's like a Sour Patch Kid, you know. Like,
well, you know, like you were saying, let's just drop enough hints to like get you to understand the overall theme, and then he'll ramp it up. You're like, yo, you should have known.
Yeah,
I was showing you all along, and we are at the top of that hill. We're looking straight down on the roller coaster right now.
I love it. That's the ride. That is it. That's interesting. And so we want to jump back in. We want to right back to war.
Sure.
As you've seen the first kind of push or phase of this kind of play out, with all this kind of fog of war playing out, even though it's like that early morning, it's still dim lit and so much of the battle debris, you swoop down after hearing Tyrannica's call to destroy this war machine that could cause like hell to you all and directly to her men. You kind of go flying down into the valley. The point I put it in there is like, it's, you know, they're off diving down into the cliff, which takes you into this like, into the ash valley, which almost feels like another world as you kind of fly through the mist. And as your Pegasi kind of come out and you pull back, you can see kind of, you're almost forced to swoop low through like this weird kind of fog that's there, enough to where you can see the machine there near one of the cliffs. And there are multiple operators returned, operating it, preparing it. And there's this, the reason you're able to spot it is the bright glow of green that as you get closer turns into a large ball of fire. And you realize that catapulting rockets of fire is the alchemy fire that's going to get fired up and splinter and just like burst into, you know, rain down this green hellfire on your enemies. But right now, it's just sitting there ready to be launched. There are these returned working on it. And then as you kind of pull in and start to pull up on Sparkle and in one way, you start to see that there in the ridge on the ground are archers just there to protect this thing. Here's the lay of the land. As these, similar to what we talked about before, these are large groups of archers on the hillsides down in the valley, ready to fire on these Pegasi swooping down before him. This here represents the machine itself, and these are the operators doing their best to prepare it to launch. When it launches, it will go flying up over the ridge and rain down on Tyrannica and her men and anyone locked in combat there in the Dark Gates. So as you guys are kind of coming in hot here, Proxenos in Raven form. Oh shoot, Telmoon's not there. He must have fell off. What we do with him? We don't have Telmoon. Whereas Taroxys and Apple are still above, and there you are. I'll put you back on your steed. You also can tell from here that even though you're coming in through this fog, it's almost like those armies are moving around looking for anything. Roland, there's no surprising these guys. Actually, I don't want to. If you actually want to try, the thing is, you don't have a great view of them before you see them. So if you would like to stealth, you can. It's just going to be very difficult to pull
I
it.
don't know if it makes a difference, right? Because you're just reordering us, right? Like if we beat it, we just go first, right?
Well, no. If you surprise them, then you get a free round. That's a free round of attacks.
And it would be our Pegasi stuff, right?
Yes. Them not hearing the sound, and they're very alert right now. So I have what you need to beat if you want to go for it.
Bird got a dirty 20.
Okay.
We are on Noname right now, I believe, and we got a 21.
Nice. Okay.
Fitz, you want to roll for Sparkle?
I rolled a 16, but I don't know what to add to it.
+2.
+2.
Oh.
So,
All right.
that was damn.
Yeah,
It
if
was
they
worth
don't
trying.
have a specific skill, you just use the modifier.
They hit a 22,
Oh.
so close. But
You hit a 22?
the armies and
Wow.
all that, like, just
We had to roll a nat 20.
yes. So you can already see as you kind of come through that fog, that layer. It doesn't smell like death down here. It is the air is kind of like thick with dust. It almost feels like you're breathing the ash, like your lungs, like it's not. And you can already see those arrows about to aim and about to fire. Roll initiative. Let's get right into it.
$15.
15 for Fitz.
17.
17 for Proxenos.
16.
16.
Ooh, 16 and 16. I don't know what that puts.
Bullies?
Well, you should go first, though.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's see if they automatically put it right. Tell Moon to go first. They put Persis, so I'm going to put Tell Moon above.
All right.
That's what we want.
yeah, I think it might go alphabetical when it does. In D&D.
Yeah, in D&D Beyond, it always kind of like doesn't go by. It does. It's weird that they don't do the tiebreaker by the dexterity.
Well,
base.
it will if you add it to your rolls, but like
Oh,
you're not,
really?
probably
Yeah.
not. You're not typing it in. If you're typing it in, you have to type it in.
Oh, I see. I'd have to put it in, so it's going off of what you.
Yeah, so you put
got.
dot 16 for me and dot whatever for
Whatever. Okay.
for point 16. That's how it reads
So
it.
what I got here is, it looks like basically to kind of tell you what's going on is you see all those arrows being released before you all go, as the archers have rolled a 24, then a 21. Yikes! Actually, this is the first time villains have done really
What
well.
happened to all your low rolls?
Did
Did you change your dice?
that was a digital dice roll, Nikki, your favorite. Straight up digital. Evil digital. Um,
Digital get down.
so let's see what happens here. So as you're diving down, it's almost the way I described it. It's that moment of shock where you almost have to veer out of the way as all these arrows start to cloud the sky coming towards you. The first group attacks.
This ain't my Pegasus.
And they're just targeting Pegasus here. Like they don't have. What I'll say is, you can choose to take. They're targeting Pegasus. You can choose to take the damage for the Pegasus. That's the only thing that could be done.
This ain't my Pegasus. Fuck that.
I mean,
If
No,
I
I'm
can,
ready
I'd
to
like to
die
take
right
the
now.
damage.
So the first Pegasus for a 22 to hit, and that's gonna be. Actually, we're gonna the first shot. Yeah, that'd be Nikki because this first group firing
Yeah.
up towards her. That's the
So
hit.
does Proxenos count as a Pegasus by himself?
He counts as a raven that he's shoot. They're just shooting at flying creatures, you know. And so Sparkle will take 14 points of piercing damage.
And you
So
didn't
first,
hear
so you
me.
taking that for?
I wanted to take the damage
Oh, you want to take? Okay, got it.
because I want to react with second level post rebuke.
Nice. So as the Fitz is able to kind of turn the creature, Persis puts herself in harm's way and takes the blows and then rebukes back.
Mhm.
All right, and that's a save for them.
So dex save, yeah, 17.
They're going to fail.
Okay,
Jeez, I keep dropping d20s.
that's 19 fire
I'm
damage.
losing the one, and I just dropped one of the ones that was rolling hot. See,
That's
this is
fine.
like
You don't
God's
need that
trying to help you all. I don't like that.
Yeah. So flame just erupts among them as they take 19 fire damage,
Jeez. All right.
but I take 14. Okay.
19. You said.
Uh-huh.
So one of them, a group of them, gets burned away and dies. That happens very quickly as the second group of archers here low on the ground fires up. This time, and they're like longbows, so really long range as they're firing up towards our raven. That would be 25 to hit the raven.
yeah, I think that just hits.
for literally exactly the same thing. 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
The next group fires out towards Telmoon.
I am swinging Noname to make sure that he takes the full brunt of the arrows as they come.
27. Noname takes 10 points of piercing damage. The last archer. Actually, the last archer does not go right now, so I kind of did that one out of order for the future. Okay, well, yeah. So actually, that last one that would have shot you, Telmoon. If you killed them before they fire, you can actually kill that one, and you could get the life back because technically I did him out of order. And then the last group is not able to go right now. So archers, all but one archer has shot. At this point, these returned are, working on the machine to make sure it fires. Now, here's what I'd like to get from you all. This is basically how fast you dove down there, how quickly you arrived, and how your arrival versus how close they are to firing. So what I want is what I get. I thought I put this here. Okay. So those controlling the riders, Nick is in one of those because he's a raven. What's your dex mod for so Nikki, what's your dex mod for not the horse, but actually you?
I have a +2 dex.
Okay. So you are going to get a D6. Telmoon, what's your dex mod? 3. Ooh, so you get a D8. And Raven Proxinos, what's that creature's dex?
+3.
So you get a D8. So only one of you can roll. You guys can decide. So what it is you're going to roll a D8, and that's going to add to my D4, and that's how many rounds you have before this thing fires.
Oh, we want it to be low, right? So tell me, or
no, you want it to be as high as possible because you want as many rounds to be able to attack it. Yeah, I know you were being facetious, but I mean, I maybe want it to be low, but yeah, you don't want it to be low. So who wants to roll that? You can also burn an inspiration. You can burn an inspiration point from any character.
I mean, obviously
advantage, which means that two of you roll and take the highest result. But you roll.
Obviously, it should be me.
I choose Nikki.
But I got a D6.
Nikki has a D6, so she does not get the D8.
You guys both got a D8. Jason, it's on you. I made an executive decision. I counter your offer with
my dice only like blood. It's gonna roll a 1.
I have a plan.
So my D4 lets me know if they're like behind schedule or if they're like on schedule. So, and then your dice lets you know if you arriving quickly.
Stupid dice.
What'd you roll?
7.
You roll a 7?
Why are you mad about that?
He wants it to be low.
Time. I want to see carnage.
You guys are good. You have 9 rounds, almost a full minute to destroy this thing. That's not bad.
Right.
So
I'm leaving. Coming back later. Call me in 30 seconds.
All right, so yeah, it could have been bad. Could have been like 3 or 4, and then shit could have popped off. So that's where we're at. The creatures have fired. I mean, the archers have fired.
Inspiration to reroll.
Returned. Now, here's the thing: when the returned work on the machine, they don't fight or they don't do anything. They bring the number down. That 9 goes to 8 while they're like preparing. 8 it is because they spend their whole turn doing that since they're not dead and they're a full force. So they bring the counter down. Proxinos is up, and from this point, it's Proxinos, Telmoon, Persis, Fitz, and then the remaining archers that I believe I have. Yep, that's what we got.
Do we know whether the tower, like the trebuchet, it's a catapult?
It's a yeah. I could not find my catapult. It just imagine this. It's like a giant structure with the thing on the back.
I mean, that's dungeon in a box. That's a siege tower.
Yeah, it's a siege tower. It's a siege tower, but it's supposed to have the catapult end on it that fires up. It's a big.
So it's a catapult. So
it's a catapult that fires in alchemy, like a bowl of rocks that are flaming. Yes, that's the thing is you can actually destroy the siege weapon itself and wear it down. You can kill the guys that operate it. There's a chance though that even with killing the guys that operate it, still fires. There's a slim chance. So there's a couple different options. And the guys that operate it do not look as weak. They're like I imagine them as like bulky, heavily plated, armored returned. They move very slow, and they're a little larger than anything you've ever of the other return that you just kind of been slicing through. Just to let you know that they can soak up more damage.
What does the mechanism is there a mechanism to change the direction of where it fires? Or is it just you have to move it?
It's like the whole thing is like built to fire one place. Because they didn't build it to like change directions. They built it just to fire up where Tyrannicus forces are. So yeah. It won't pivot, if that's the question. Yeah.
Oh, now we hit the railroad switch.
You said I'm hitting the railroad switch? This railroad.
Like we hit the railroad switch. It's the wrong one.
I'm like, you guys choose the fate of this. This is all y'all.
Run them all over with the thing. That's the only fair way.
I was surprised y'all didn't say at the beginning of this session today, is like, let's just go to Yinagu. We're just going to go fly Yinagu hunt.
I would have if there was more than 4 of them.
It was in the back pocket. I was like, they're going to say it. But you guys didn't. I was like, thank God. All right.
I was looking for them.
So now we're at, like I said, we're at Proximus.
Okay. Well, Bird swoops down at the return that are working on the machine.
Okay.
We're gonna do the peck and the talons, scratching one of them.
Go for it.
That's a 13.
13 to hit will not hit. And as you do that, swooping down, you can relay this. Proxinos, you also notice, I think that just for the sake of everyone else will notice, you also notice here, there's one return, and he's standing, and he's kind of in like a turban and this like heavily garbed like a robe with like leather armor. This golden mask is kind of dropped down long, and his hands go out and they begin to crackle. Just that guy. So you're clawing at that guy. Your first attack misses. I don't know if that was the beak or those the claws.
It was a beak, and the other one was a 9, so that misses as well.
That misses as well. Now, I know with your speed, you could continue to fly away, give him an opportunity of attack, or do you want to like kind of stay like kind of hovering over him and pecking at him, or do you? I'll actually even give him a disadvantage on any kind of reaction to it because you're kind of skimming across if you want to fly away, but. And I say that only because I imagine a bird, it either attacks you or it like tries to get you, and then it continues on because of the momentum. Your choice.
Yeah, he's doing that peck scratch, and he tries to quickly fly away. Right. So, and you get that attack with disadvantage.
You get that attack at disadvantage. So we'll only get a 8. So we'll not. I don't think that will hit you.
No.
This is like as he kind of almost gets picked up off the ground, and you don't hurt him. He doesn't hurt you. He swings back with his blade, his scimitar. Nothing connects. You're good. If that ends your turn, Proxinos, we move to Telmoon, son of Telamon.
All right.
And honestly, I'm not going to get really anal about distances of flying and shots. Just know that we're going to kind of play that more cinematically. Just think they're longbow rangers, so they all can take that long range shot. You're never really going to be out of their range. Almost 80 feet, 60, 70 feet above, it gets kind of cloudy, so you can't see them. They can't see you if you were to dive up, but that's about it. But if you need to do anything that's impactful, you kind of got to fly low amongst that area.
You know what? Telmoon is going to have Apo and No Name just we're literally going to land in the archers. We landed in the archers.
You're gonna land and like dive in. Archers. Which ones? The ones over here? The ones down here?
We're landing. Are the archers more than 20 feet away from the tower?
These archers are like right next to the tower. Literally, their whole group is about 10 feet away from it. So this would be the ones closest to the group. So if you land in the middle of them, that's what you're trying to do. You'd be about.
I'm trying to disrupt them a little bit so we're like they can't.
So you're landing here.
Not that. No, not that one. Nope,
not that one. Nope. That one.
Nope. The
that
one. Yep.
This one.
Far one. Yep.
That one. And then there's one more. There's one. I know they can. Yep. There's one more over there.
Yeah. Those are the ones that are aiming at us, right?
I mean, they're all aiming. These or those?
Oh, those are the ones that are supposed to hit No Name. No, they're supposed to shoot later.
Oh yes, it's supposed to, both of those are supposed to shoot later.
Straight at them.
And then okay, straight at them. Okay, so I'm sorry if I'm being confusing. This one or that one? The farthest. Oh yeah, because the ones that hit you would be these guys, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to stop them kill them before they do any damage to you, you drop right there.
Yep. And
okay.
Then,
your Pegasus flies over, drops you off, and is that like kind of like flies away kind of deal? You're just kind of flying over and dropping you down, or you just skimming by and trying to hit them and then fly away?
Oh no, Telmoon's hopping off.
Hopping off. So you both hopping off. Okay.
Is Apple hopping off? Apple could do what Apple does.
Apple can stay on and like give you coverage and fire from above. Sounds good.
Okay.
That makes more sense. keep Apple.
I will. I will just booming blade amongst them. That's a 23 to hit.
A hits.
And that does. Why are you like this, die? It's its favorite number. That's 12 plus 6 is 18. That does 23 damage. And then, Telmoon is actually going to stay in the middle of them.
Okay. So at this point, Telmoon, there's no way this unit of enemies they could maybe take pot shots. It'll be a disadvantage while they're fighting him. So they in the fray while he's just dropped into the middle and Appledex flies over. They're starting to pull out short swords, and just start to swing wildly these gladiuses to try to stop him. So I
don't know if you would allow me to stab one on one side and then move away from him a little bit and just move towards other ones, but
what are you trying to do?
just stab one that's on one side of the group and then kind of move into the middle of the group a little bit so you'd have to chase me.
Where you normally walk away from a group, where you do your little
kind of. Don't worry about it.
I don't see that working here.
It's a secondary ability of if they move to attack me, then
I don't think that works here because it's just a mob.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
You're just in there.
Yeah, so just what did I say? I forgot.
You did 23 points of damage, something like that.
They
took
right,
it. Yeah. They killed. You can see one of them, so you can kind of see the mob. That helps you visually see it shrink. It went from 5 miniatures to 4. I think it was just mobs, large units. As that is happening, Telmoon kind of seeing him drop in. Camera swoops over to Persis on the back with Fitz.
Hey. And it seems like a priority is just attacking these guys on the back there. So Persis is gonna Vision kind of zooms in. She takes a bonus action to do a little casting and a bit of glow appears around one of those guys. Which one? What are we gonna say? I don't know. We'll just say the closest one. So on the left, one of the returned.
Right there. Oh, one of the returns. That guy. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, gonna go after the returned. And Eldritch Blast.
Got it. The blast flings from her hand.
Okay, so there's a 27.
You've described that before. How does your Eldritch Blast look again?
It's like smaller versions of her fireball. It's
okay.
These spinning bronze. They look kind of like armillary spheres.
Okay.
These bronze interlocking discs.
Pretty cool. Okay, I like it.
That explode at the end of that. Let's see, that's a 17 for one of them.
That is going to hit.
Mm-hmm. And much higher. And the third one also a 17.
It's going to hit.
Okay. Some math. Oh, and with the Hex, they're going to have disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay, they will have advantage on strength checks. Okay.
Disadvantage.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And unlike all the other, groups those returned are single figures, right?
Yes, they're not single figures.
Yeah, they're single figures. Yep.
Okay, that's going to be 45 damage.
Jesus.
3 Eldritch Blasts and Hex.
Eldritch Blasts. your Eldritch Blasts are straight up fireballs. This is crazy.
It's just that one guy though.
Boom! Yeah. He gets blown through the through one of the archways and falls into right under the archway of the machine and staggers up, wiping covered in ash, clutching his chest but still alive.
All right.
Amazing blow. He looks tired and bloody. I'll tell you that much.
Good.
As we move to Fitz.
Oh, cool. I am gonna. How close do I need to be for this? How close would we have to be within 60 feet of the glowing fingers guy?
Oh shoot! The glowing fingers.
Yeah, there's a
Oh, he's right
gentleman
here.
on the rock.
How far
Yeah.
does your?
I'm interested in getting within 60 feet, but not committed.
So, from where you are, kind of diving down, you move 20 feet with your Pegasite. You're within range, so you just kind of like swoop a little bit lower.
Okay.
You're good. You all are like pretty. That's why everything's just kind of been going off. You're all like in the hell of the thick of like range fire for the most part.
Okay. And he's like probably within
He's right there.
10. How many feet is he within the siege weapon?
He
How close
is. He's 20 feet away from the siege weapon.
Music to my ears. I'm gonna swoop in, and we're gonna kind of dive kind of within 60 feet of that guy, and I'm gonna be like, wow, those robes really make you look fat. And I'm gonna cast Unsettling Words, and
Okay.
he's gonna get a D10 against his next saving throw.
A D10
And
against
then
what?
As his next saving throw.
Okay, he gets a D10 minus to it.
Yes.
Okay, put that
And
aside.
then as we swoop back up, I'm going to pull out the bow, and I'm going to cast Ice Storm on the siege weapon, and it's
Okay.
a 20-foot cone. I don't
Okay.
know if that means radius or not,
That's fine.
but
Hits it.
that's going to hit him and the weapon.
Okay.
And
What kind of save?
let me open that up again.
If it's a dex save, the siege weapon automatically fails.
It is a
Cool.
dex save of 18.
Okay. So, and it's 30-foot cone.
It's a
Right.
20-foot cylinder.
20-foot cylinder. And
Yeah,
how
that's
far
it,
does it go up
yeah.
in the sky? Like, or where? It's just wherever you cast it. Okay. So then
Yeah.
20
40
foot.
feet
So
high.
yeah, it's gonna hit him, and then so that's gonna hit him.
Well, yeah,
and-
20-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder.
Got it. So it's pretty much a fireball. So it's 20-foot radius.
Are
That
you
would.
putting it on the tower, or are you putting it on?
Are you putting it on the tower? Or are you trying to? Because sounds like she's trying to get him and the tower.
Correct.
So that means she's gonna get. Here's the thing: the way
Yes.
you angle this,
I'd prefer not to hit my friends.
I know you prefer.
I know.
But
I know what I've done.
I don't think I find it. There's probably a way of if I was just taking a thing and like angling it right, but I think that you risk hitting Telmoon because you hit this group, and that group. So
Sorry, Telmoon.
Telmoon, you're in there. You gotta
Well,
make
it's not a cone. It's a
It's not-
cylinder.
It's a
It's a
cylinder.
cylinder.
Right? So it's a cylinder, 20-foot radius, right?
Yeah. So if it's centered on the tower, anything within 20 feet of the tower.
It's not
hit.
centered on the tower. She centered it. You can center it. She centered
All
it
I'm-
like right here,
I'm
right?
just
'cause
trying to do max
she wants-
damage.
She
Yeah.
wants this sorcerer dude in it, which means the only way to do that is to center it like right here. If she centers it on the tower, then yeah, you're fine.
Well, you say he's 20 feet away from the tower.
Actually, no. If she centers it on the tower, you're not fine. It would hit you. It would hit them, and it would hit this other group over here. If it was centered on the tower, if she wants him, it hits you three.
Never mind. It's all good. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Keep going.
am I wrong? Am I seeing this different?
No,
Like-
you're good. No, it's
Okay.
no, you're good. Yeah, do
Okay.
your thing.
Okay, so you making the deck save too, Telmo. The main guy. Oh fuck! Nat 1 on the sorcerer. he
Ooh.
Nat 1's it. The
Well, and yeah. Okay. Yeah.
the other group. There's 3 of them that will be affected. They'll take checks. Oh god, that's a fail. That's 2 fails. One of them I think will pass with a 17.
Oh, it's an 18.
So practically everybody you hit has failed, and then unless the archers, they do have advantage because they are still over their half.
Okay.
I think they're gonna fail too. Fails. Everybody fails. So I don't know what Telmoon got, but yeah, we all
No, I
failed.
failed too.
I'm sorry. Everyone takes 35 points of damage.
Nice. That's 35 to the machine as well.
And
35.
That whole area is now difficult terrain
Ooh.
until my next turn.
Rain to remind myself. Archers take 35.
I'm sorry, Talmoon.
No, you're good. I was mistaken on where I landed. That's all.
Okay, sorry, I'm just doing a little calculating here. That is another one. Okay, and then 35 to all three of returned. You guys are wrecking. All right. And the main guy, the sorcerer dude, takes 35 as well. All right. And then does that end your turn, Fitz? Does that ice storm is just
Yes.
Is it just ice crackling down and pelting the area, kind of freezing the ground over the ground that's already ashen and dry? Beautiful. We move to I think we're at the point. I think everybody's gone. The last two archers, one already fired. So tell them when you would have taken that damage. The last archer group on the ridge will fire. It's either Fitz or Apodexis, because both of those are kind of like in the same.
I thought the archers I went into were the last archer.
The archers that shot you?
Yeah, I thought the one.
There's still a group of archers that never shot. Because I caught myself.
I thought that was the one I attacked. That's not the one I attacked?
Yeah, that is the one. But I gotta fire the ones that never shot. No, the ones you attacked are the ones that shot at you before it was their turn. So the guys in the corner haven't shot. Not these guys, but no, I'm not.
Got it. Okay. We're good.
Sorry, I know the ones that like hardly anyone can see that are over there. They're blue. In the blurry, they're right here.
Oh, there's archers there.
That's why I've been trying to. There's like they're kidding. They're like in the ridge.
I was trying to interrupt them
from
shooting No Name, but it's fine.
Gotcha.
They'll shoot No Name.
I thought you wanted to. Got it. Either way, you would have interrupted them. I mean, if you want me to switch you out, I'll put you there. I got a little confused. They are going to fire.
So No Name takes 10.
No Name. Yes, No Name will take that 10. These will fire at Sparkle. 23 to hit.
Ouch.
For 8 points of piercing damage. Whether you can take it, Fitz, or you can give it to the horse or to the pig.
I'll take it.
All right. Those slam in. First round is up. We're at 7 rounds until the machine fires. It has taken 35 points of damage, blasting, as you can see, some of the wood kind of warping and being frozen by Fitz's ice storm. Top of the round, the archers release another volley. These firing at first group's going to fire Fitz. Second group is going to fire at the Raven, so they still are pretty strong. Ooh, that's a really low roll, so that's actually still 16. Does that hit?
Well, either way.
It does, because it's because of the thing side. So if you, and this is the thing is, if you weaken them, they won't have as high of a modifier. Right now they're at full strength, so it's easier for them to hit right now.
Yeah.
Another 12 points to your Pegasus.
Okay.
That's to Sparkle. The other group on the ground firing, trying to find a shot for the Raven in the sky. Nat 20 for
silvery barbs.
Oh, okay.
I will use my reaction to force a reroll.
Okay. That might have worked for only a 12 to hit the Raven.
You said a 12?
Yes.
Oh my god, that actually misses.
All right. Good.
Oxinos, you'll get advantage. on your next attack roll.
Okay.
That leaves me with first archers, second archers. Third or fourth. 1, 2. Okay. And then... Okay, so then the other 2 are going to go in. So we are at the return. These guys. Here. So these guys are going to rely on the partner, a couple of them, to fight, and these 2 go into battle. I also think I skipped. You know what? I skipped the guy who was supposed to, the magic guy.
You did.
I did. Yeah, he would have fired at like a bolt of lightning basically would have came out of his hand, and he would have fired at Telmoon.
Counterspell.
All right. Counterspell. Actually, it's in action. It's not a spell. Just a regular.
Got it. Nope. Yep. Got it.
It actually allows you to save it. It's actually better for you. I want to take your counterspell, to be honest with you. I'd be like, that's great. Let me just take that slot. Yeah, I got it. But it's literally an action. It doesn't even count as a spell. So he's literally like lightning bolt just comes out of his hand. He only rolls a 16. I don't know if that hits.
It doesn't.
Okay, so you're good. So that's his turn. Back where we are. Where was I at? Okay, the 2 that are rushing in. 2 of the guys try to work on the machine. So because they have to work on it without the full crew, they have to hit. You guys can all see the die. If you hit a 15 or more, that is an 8. So they do not. You are still at 7 rounds. 2 of them do rush in, but those 2 can help fight Telmoon. So those guys will get 2 short sword attacks as they go rushing in, fighting at him. First one, 3 is not going to hit anything. 22 will hit for shield. Okay, that will not hit. Second fighter will go in with 18, 22. 23 actually. The second attack will not hit. The 23 hits. The second attack misses. He swings. The damage would be 6 points of slashing plus 12 points of poison damage, but you're immune to poison because of the fucking piece, right?
I didn't take it.
Oh!
You didn't take it.
Love it. The very thing, their blades are just like poisonous, like working on Telmoon. That ends that. We move to Proxinos.
Okay.
Right there, swooping. Which, of course, wherever you're going to be, you got the space to move to.
Proxinos. I was thinking about doing this last round, but I think I'll do it this round. Which, swooping back down at the catapult, Proxinos will transform back into human form, but quickly he'll cast a 4th level spell. He'll cast polymorph on himself. And I would like to be a very big crab.
Oh God. God damn it. God damn it. Of course. So talking at the crab, are you landing on the ballista as the crab? Is that
I'm landing on the ballista as the crab, and I am tearing it all down.
And when you transform with polymorph, can you attack on the same turn you polymorph?
No.
Okay, so his next turn he'll be
yes.
Giant crab.
Yeah, and now there's a giant ass crab.
Now there's a giant crab up here attacking, which I feel like I need to go get because I feel like I need it on the board. But yeah, so he's a crab.
Needs to choose a different polymorph. Do not then get a crab for him.
I actually have a giant gorilla close by. You know what I can use? I have my scorpion, the little scorpion. There. I'll grab it.
Scorpion is close. It has claws.
Giant gorilla, turning into a giant gorilla would be great, but
literally more useful.
More useful, but I've not seen a giant gorilla.
This is
Where
the
did
problem.
you see a
than-
giant crab?
In the ocean. They're more common. Have you seen a giant gorilla?
I think the problem with polymorphs is that there's a high chance that they've never seen these creatures, but if you've seen a small one, you can imagine yourself as a bigger one. That's my only leeway that I give. So he's seen crabs on the beach. He's like, I want to be a big version of that. That's maybe the way I allow it. So giant ass crab on top of the machine. If it launches, that'd be great to see you just get yeeted up into it. Just fuck that crab. That would be a great scene if it happens. All right, so he's there.
It's on the table.
So on the table now. Till Moon is up. Oh my gosh.
I need concepts from
Concept.
everyone within 30 feet of me.
All right, so that's going to be all that group. The main, get this guy here, this guy here, one of the other guys. So yeah, okay, yeah, a lot of them are going to take them. So let me start with the return. I'll call them the Palamites. Wisdom saves, right? And then the other guy has a D8 minus to his wisdom save, right? So
yeah.
So that one of them's just fine. He's gonna fail.
They're con saves.
No, they're con saves. 4 still gonna fail the first one. Second guy's gonna pass with a 20. The guy over here is going to fail. The main guy is gonna roll. He gets a 14. That's a fail, right? But then before he even minuses, so Nikki's power minuses that by 6, so he's gonna fail.
Do they
Then the
have
archers.
is to thunder or radiant?
It looks like no, they don't. They don't look like it to you as you are fighting them.
Okay,
The
so they all
archers
take-
are going to. The archers do get a 19.
Okay. Yeah, so everyone who passed takes 21 damage.
Okay.
If you failed, you take 43 and you knock prone.
So archers take how much? 40.
21.
Oh, 20, 25.
So archers pass, right?
They pass. So they take half, right?
So they take 21.
21. Yep.
If you fail, you take 43 and you knock prone.
All right. So we move another one from them. And then 40. How much? 40. 42 for the rest of them?
43?
43. All right, so the Palamite, dead. So these two guys are removed. What does that look like as you finish those guys off?
It's that same move he usually does. So he's just jamming his S-stock into the ground.
Jeez, dead. So there's 3 of them
Just
dead.
rolls of thunder
Dead here.
emanate from it, and light explodes from the ground as it erupts.
And this guy dead.
Jeez.
You guys are fucking strong.
And Talmoon, I mean, he's gonna move towards those archers on the ridge.
All right, so he starts rushing away, giving them an opportunity to attack. Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
They're short swords lashing out towards him. They got a 18. I don't think does that hit you.
I'll burn another shield.
You burn another shield. Okay. So as he pushes them away, pushes them off, rushes. Of course, you only go 30 feet, so I imagine that's just getting you like starting to climb the
I
ridge.
go 45 feet.
Oh, okay. Just like everything's like, oh yeah, forgot. Halfway there, almost to them. Apple giving you cover fire. Good shit. Helmoon is in there as we move to Persis.
Okay. Persis is going to do some more work on the one who has Hex on him, which I think is the last of those return standing.
Right there, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Eldritch Blast.
Jeez.
Yeah. So 21 and higher than that.
One hits.
And this might miss. 15.
15. It hits. It just hits.
Oh, jeez. Okay. More damage coming in.
He was the first one to get hit, so he's not 100%.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's gonna make it. But yeah. It's 48.
I know we started, so we're like right over through. Okay, 44, 48.
48.
Oh yeah, he's dead. What is that like? Like these are like overkills here. You guys could just be like, I don't know, like these are those like these are Zack Snyder slow motion deaths that you can describe here. These guys are not making it out of this. He's dead. Anything you want to add to it?
Just gonna kind of do the. I feel like this is like anime missile bullshit where the blasts come toward him, like diverge and then come from all directions around him.
It explodes and there's kind of like pieces of this return flying over, and in this weird way, these return who kind of like flashback and trek their way across past it under the eye of THEROS through the river Tartix. They are now being sent back to wherever, back into the underworld to be unmade. And you all have made short work of them. This leaves the machine open. You do realize it is ready and it is launched. It has no one to trigger it, but there's flames kind of boiling off of it. Some of the archers here are looking like they can kind of run to it and try to kind of get it going. But right now, you guys are winning here.
But wait, there's more.
But yeah, okay, yeah, continue.
Yeah, gonna quicken, like you see her hands like move preternaturally quickly, casting a second spell in the same turn.
Jesus.
As we're gonna do with second level guiding bolts on the catapult.
Get it.
Where are my d20s? Oh, yeah, it's 22 to hit.
It's gonna hit it.
Okay.
It has AC. It essentially has an AC of 10.
Okay.
And that just represents, because you can't really miss it, but the structure's fortitude. Can you actually hurt it enough to do damage? But it's just basically made of wood, so.
Does it have a damage threshold?
I'll say, yeah, the damage threshold is, that's a good question. It's 10 as well. Since I didn't plan it, it's 10.
Okay, that's 19
damage. Yep, so you're going to do damage.
19 radiant damage.
And for anybody to understand, damage threshold means if he rolls like 6, it doesn't do any damage because it doesn't meet the threshold.
It's like dominoes. You gotta get 10 to get in and just 4 and 5.
So 19, it takes it.
Yeah.
It still looks, in terms of like bloody, like it still looks like it's standing strong. It doesn't look like it's starting to weaken yet. But you're doing healthy damage to this thing. You can tell by
it pulses with a little bit of glow. So the next person gets advantage on an attack roll with it.
Nice. This moves us to Fitz.
I mean, does this spell count as an attack? I don't think it does.
If it's an attack roll spell, but
it's not. That's not for me then.
If it's anything dex based, it automatically fails, or wisdom. Like if it does any kind of, it's just gonna fail that automatically. But if it's a wisdom, it probably doesn't do damage. Like if it does, like it won't take psychic damage, right? Like it won't take those kind of things. Like, but it will take fire. It will take any other kind of like literal damage.
It could give me a con save though.
For who? For it?
For the catapult.
For the catapult? Okay. It's gonna fail.
Cool.
Does this have a range or like a AoE? Because
it's a 10-foot radius. Are you on
Yeah,
it?
because he's like on top. He's
He is
Ah.
physically
On
on top of the bowl.
he's
I
that big.
missed
He's a
that.
crab, but he's on top.
It's fine. It's not his hit
He
points.
can
You're
deal with
okay.
it.
Come
Yeah,
on.
he's a
If
giant. That thing has too many
Yeah,
hit points anyway.
I
Take
am
some
not
off.
going to hit another member of my party.
He's not. He's a crab. It's a giant crab. It's not a member of your party. That's not
because-
Proxynos.
It's an enemy crab. Because this looks like it's very tall and it's a 10-foot radius, can I center it towards the bottom and try and minimize the damage to my ally?
Is it
I mean, it's shatter. I'm casting shatter.
Oh, okay,
Can
shatter.
I don't know. That's fine.
And what's the? How far does shatter go up? It's like it doesn't
It
say
is-
how.
10 foot.
Oh, because it's just really sound. It's just like blasting outward. No,
A 10-foot radius.
he's in it. If you
All
he's
right.
he's in it.
Shit.
Give-
Your tower has disadvantage.
Hey, you've
on
done
the
this
save.
before. Give him some shit.
I hate that I have this.
This is what she does.
I'm beating up all my friends and I feel really bad about it. Okay.
You guys are kicking ass. Like
So dex save, I get advantage because
Yeah.
you gave it to me.
I did. I didn't think you'd use it against me, but oh, it's a con save. It's not a dex save.
God's
Yeah, you don't need it. You got con. You're good.
Yeah. That's a 19.
You pass. So you only take half damage, which is getting added up right now. Full damage is 34,
takes it.
and you will take 17.
The structure
Okay.
kind of shudders, boom, as the sound goes out, and it kind of rocks a bit with the giant crab on top, hulking on top. But it is still standing strong, but definitely see pieces are starting to collapse off of it. The fires. Now, from this point on, because of the way damage is hitting, especially area effects and such, I'll make you, so whoever attacks it, when you roll, there's a 1 in 20 chance that it launches on a nat 1.
Okay.
But if we're attacking it with non-attack spells, that doesn't count, or everything.
I think anything that like
AoE.
anything AoE that shutters it, that it causes a chance. If you're just kind of hacking away at it or trying to like dismantle it, it will not do that. So it's a 1. So yeah, you can continue to AoE it, which would be the quickest way to take it out. You guys are doing great. I'm not trying to like make it. There's a little tension to access because there's now no more. There's no longer really any guys to fight you other than the archers, which can pose a threat. So the mass like spells, maybe even take it as to magic mixing with the alchemy fire, could cause it to do something unstable.
Like launch a scorpion at
Yes, which part of me wants to see so bad.
Giant enemy crab.
Yeah. But other than that, right now, so far so good. Moving from Fitz to the last 2 archers. Well, these 2 archers they only get 1 roll. They will shoot at the crab clearly above, trying to
What's the crab
stop.
do?
Yeah, you're trying to stop them. That's gonna miss. Clearly not gonna hit because I think a 4-7.
I have a 17 AC.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, not gonna hit you. The group that is sees Telmoon coming towards them, so they fire at Telmoon. Worse. $25 to hit Telmoon. Hit. They're gonna do 11 points of piercing, and they are gonna call upon their archer's eye that they can do 3 times a day and add D10 to it for another 9 points of piercing damage. Just focusing fire on Telmoon. That ends the last archers. I know we've had a lot going on. That puts us at the top of round 3 with the archers who are still alive over here, with 2 of them firing on Fitz with a 26 to hit. 8, 12 to Sparkle, unless she takes it. The others
I'll take it.
firing at Fitz again. That is another. That's actually like a 30. It's crazy because they rolled really high. $11 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
And they're done. That puts us at return. There are no return, right? So Proxinos.
Crab time.
Crab time.
I roll with advantage, right? Because the purse is
The first time, yeah.
Yeah.
You roll advantage. You also roll advantage because the structure is, it doesn't move. So you're gonna get advantage regardless.
okay. That's a 15 to hit.
That is gonna hit. Grab into this thing.
Yeah. It's 10 and 10, Nick.
And but that's 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Takes it.
And then the second hit, which is
The minute you do that, with the first hit, you pull off pieces, the whole structure starts to kind of wobble. As you can tell, you're like, because this crab is like tearing away like the most important, parts of this thing. It's starting to collapse. Starting to look pretty weak.
that's a low roll. That's only a 13 to hit.
Still hits. It's a 10.
Okay.
It's an AC 10.
Ooh. That is 28 points of bludgeoning damage. The second hit.
Structures looking, pieces start to kind of collapse off of it. Smoke starts to kind of go up from the ash and the dust rising off the ground. Certain parts of the legs are still kind of frozen from Fitz's, frost magic. You guys are killing this thing. Is that it? Anything more?
Yeah, that's all for Crab.
Fitz. Bro.
Again?
Hey, wait.
Shoot.
Sorry, am I crazy?
No, I just
No,
went.
I'm tripping. You're not. I out of order here. It would have been
Elmoon?
Proxinos, Telmoon. That's me. Then Purses, then Fitz.
Ooh.
It's starting to go faster because there's like no combatants really on the field, other than the archers, which can still do some nasty damage if they keep shooting. But maybe you can topple this thing and get the fuck out of Dodge. I don't know. Yeah. Sparkle's got like arrow feathers
Stuff like that.
sticking out of her in all different directions.
Telmoon wants an intelligence. No. Telmoon's going to save himself.
When your near turn Fitz, you could always try to save Sparkle by just fucking diving up into the clouds. You would leave combat, but so you would no longer be able to aid. Possibility within, but it would be like taking those seconds.
I believe in myself. I'm going to cast Mirror Image and then quicken a firebolt at the crab.
All right. Wait. All right, go for it. Telmoon is a different form, like rare form today, man. That's shame.
All right, so that's a dirty 20.
Mm.
So that should hit what the crab is aiming at.
Okay.
Golly, where are my
And
eights?
We only need to bring down the
5.
the catapult. We don't need to take out all the archers.
Yeah. Because you
not
can
aiming for the
fly
archers.
away from the archers. He's flying to it.
I'm aiming at the stupid machine.
At the machine. That's why.
No, I'm just saying.
So yeah, that's just enough damage. So it's 13 damage. I need to roll another d20. Right? Oh, that is a 2. So 13 fire damage to the catapult.
13 fire damage.
I rolled a 2 on that spell attack.
It's holding on, but it is. Telmoon, it is almost there.
But there are 4 Telmoons dancing around,
Okay.
and I will just go and circle around these stupid archers just to piss them off.
as you do that, Persis, Appledex is kind of like swooping in to kind of aid you. I think he sees that you're rushing in to the situation. He wants to be there to grab you if need be. Persis, you're up. She's up. What is she doing?
So Appo is going to aid Telmoon. That's what you're saying.
Tell Moon in case he needs to try to swoop him up on his Pegasus.
Yeah. Gonna try. This is not according to how the spell is written, but gonna try just anyway. And if Fitz can get us a little bit closer to where there are burning rocks in like the cup of the I'm gonna try to get in a little closer and cast Rhyme's Binding Ice, and just like a quick explosion of like cold energy flies out, and I'm trying to somehow like bind this stuff to the cup so that if the thing goes off, it doesn't go where they're intending it to.
Interesting. I like the concept of that. What is the range on it?
It's quite close in. It's a 30-foot cone, so we would need to swoop in pretty close.
So it's 30-foot cone. Could argue that Fitz at some point might have been there on her turn when she was flying.
So are you just being like Fitz and shooting through crap now?
Fitz, give me the well, he's not shooting through it. So imagine like the crab is on top of the structure, but the bowl's not up here. The bowl's closer to the bottom because it's ready to.
Crab is not standing in Alchemist Fire, I hope.
Yeah, no, he's standing on top of the structure.
Crab is not that dumb.
But I imagine if he's going to be, he's going to be a part of that catapult as it goes over. It may not even send him out, but it might send him into a wall or somewhere over on the other side. Fitz, I want a dexterity-based animal handling check, just like before, from you to see if you're in that range. And it's going to be a low roll. All I need is a 13 or more for Persis to be able to do this. If you want to use inspiration, you can declare that now too, but I don't know if you have.
Inspiration is a reroll, right? Or it's like advantage?
Yeah. It's supposed to be advantage. You're supposed to usually call them out. I've never played them that way.
Before I use it?
Supposed to, but I usually allow rerolls as well.
Well, I'm gonna try. I have the intention of using it. Okay. I want to succeed.
Okay.
Oh, I got an 11.
Oh. So, as she's flying over Persis, you could do it, but you'd have to leap off of and land onto the structure and be holding onto the structure so you can like cast it down into the fire.
Let's do it.
Nice. Give me an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Persis leaps.
That's a 7.
Oh no.
No, that's pretty accurate what just happened there.
Yeah, yep. That is real. Yep. So you kind of start to collapse and like fall down between, and you end up like grabbing on and taking 8 points of kind of bludgeoning damage. What you're hanging on is kind of like the wind is kind of whipping through your hair. You are holding on. You cannot do it this turn. But you're now in range if you do it next turn. And you do have to roll a d20. And if it's a 1, it launches.
Okay.
You can use inspiration as well if you want to,
I don't have inspiration.
Yeah, if you don't, then just give me a d20 and just long as it's not a 1, no modifier, no nothing, just no 1.
And to be honest, I rolled concentration on Hex and I lost it.
Okay. Fair enough. The guy you killed to Hex is dead anyway, right? Because you were.
But you can keep it and move.
Oh, you keep it and move it to something else. Yeah.
That's a 16.
Okay, you're good.
Catapult.
Good there. Does that put us at Fitz? So Fitz, you're like low flying over. His person has just leaped off. So you're like probably right around here somewhere. But what do you do? There's archers aiming at you. Your horse is neighing in pain. Like Sparkle is just like, but she's she's at this point she's become a war horse, so Sparkle's there for it, but also hurt. Victory is in your grasps, but you could lose a Pegasus.
You're muted, by the way.
I said I've been rambling this whole time. I'm really.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear you. Like...
No, I was just apologizing for not being ready.
No, you're fine. Big moment. Take your time.
Don't kill my pony. I've always wanted a pony. I'm going
That's awful.
to.
In my mind, I was like, if this dude dies, I'm like My Little Pony. like falling out of the sky is what I saw. Like this, because his name was Sparkle too, so it's like.
I think I'm actually going to hug Sparkle and cast a first level Cure Wounds.
Nice.
And I'm going to bonus action inspire Persis.
Okay. You can also clearly move her too as well. So I don't know if you're going up higher or staying low.
Yeah, can I like swoop a little closer so that I can give Persis like something to grab onto? You can get back on the horse, or I can help with
you can
your
do
footing.
That. I'll allow that. Just means that you're gonna be like right in the thick of it.
Yeah. We're bonding. Welcome to the group. I'm sorry I can't help you. My horse is really hurt. But here's a D10.
Okay.
That's my turn.
As all of that is happening, I think that puts us at, I know we're almost, more archers take, the last two take shots. At this point, Telmoon is kind of starting to close the distance on them, so they'll take disadvantage shots at him because he hasn't like quite hit them yet. So 6, that's gonna fail. Actually, no, it actually shouldn't. Dirty 20. I think, does that hit you, Telmoon? That's what they actually got because I was supposed to double.
It's a fake Telmoon.
Oh, okay. So they missed Telmoon. The two down below are very weak. They fire up at the crab with one shot. Their modifier is now weakened, but they roll pretty good for 25 to hit the crab.
That hits crab.
All right, they don't get to do 2d6, they only do 1, so 7 points of piercing damage to the crab.
And I have to make a concentration check for crab.
All right. Here, could be last round. Archers that are over here still kind of fire at Sparkle. And Jesus, I'm on so.
Are they firing with advantage? Because there's lots of them.
Yes.
I'm going to use Restore Balance.
Ooh.
Just fire with regular.
All right, the roll again. That's gonna fail. That would be 14. Does that hit? Actually, it might still hit the horse.
Actually, yeah, because their AC is 12, but we gave them that breastplate.
Yeah, they've got a high hit. They got high hit because they haven't been whittled. You guys haven't whittled them down. That's why they're still hitting so strong. Mm-hmm. So they rolled low on damage. She'll take another 7 points.
Okay.
Polymorph drops.
Oh shit!
Are you kidding me? From a 7?
Yeah.
Don't you have Warcaster?
No, I don't.
Holding on together though. These guys on the ground turn and fire, trying to hit the crab is changing, but they're targeting like they would have been targeting the crab, but they see Nick now and they let loose their shots. 21 to hit.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
And 13 points of piercing damage from them. Moving us to Proxinos, you're next. As that arrow slams into your shoulder through some of the archways in the wood.
Okay. This is not great.
I know we'll be ending soon. I know we're a little over our normal time. We started about 7:30, so we're almost. Yeah, so we're about a little over 3 hours. I don't even know we're like talked for like 30 minutes, so we'll try to wrap things up soon. Here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, at this point. Proxinos will take his sword, and it glows a bit as he swings down with it.
All right. Advantage. The thing doesn't move, so.
Yep, that's 15 to hit, and 11 points of bludgeoning damage or slashing.
You hit it, and you kind of start to like cut some of the wood, cut some of the ties or structures that would keep this thing from launching. With now at this point, if it does even launch, it won't have the same force, right? As it flings, it may even fling in a different direction if it does launch. But you're so close, right? You stand there, you look at Persis, she looks at you. That you can hear it kind of groaning. You can hear the R just flying. You see Sparkle just being healed from fits, and it's still up though. You have anything else, Proxinos?
No, I don't.
Telmoon, you are in the midst of the archers. You can see what's happening behind you. You can see Apple hovering above you as well. Like, grab my hand. Like, let's get out of here.
Telmoon is going to use sorcery point to twin spell Booming Blade.
Okay.
And he's going to stab 2 of these stupid archers.
Love it.
That is a 21 and a 28.
Those all hit.
For you don't need to separate thunder and piercing.
No need to separate any damage. Just give me
20 and 26.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna. So that would be 2020. So the group is looking worked and almost under half as you're just kind of like cleaving through archer after archer. This isn't just 2 guys, it's like multiple people that Telmoon is literally just murdering, literally 300 styles. He's just kind of boom, clan throwing that one down, boom, pushing this guy off, stabbing this guy, pulling the sword out.
Yeah. That's all I'm doing. I'm not wasting any more resources.
That happens, moving us to Persis, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna lever myself up and complete the plan. Apparently, get kind of towards the bucket of the catapult and let out that like puff of cold energy. It's a save, so
You roll your d20?
I'm not rolling a d20.
No, to make sure you don't set it off.
Oh, he's saying
I could do that, yeah.
Isn't that after the spell goes?
it's after the spell goes off.
Yeah.
So if he destroys it before, doesn't have to worry.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it at the end of it. So that's true.
Yeah. So it's a con save. I don't know if it can.
It fails. Remember, it
Yeah.
automatically fails. So
Okay. So auto fail. It's 3d8. Okay. Okay. 18 cold damage.
I'm gonna take a picture. let me screenshot this shit.
It has 19, doesn't it?
It has no. It has 18 points. It has 18 points of damage.
Nice.
Wow.
So what do you think this looks like? You get to kind of narrate this, Persis. Not forget me. Like, what is it as it starts to collapse and the green, alchemy fire does not fire but slams against the ground? I'll turn it over to you.
I'm thinking it's more like when materials experience like a quick hot to cold, they can kind of buckle. So she's trying. Her goal is to bind this stuff to the cup, but instead the metal just kind of like it buckles and the thing falls, and the rest of it kind of like snaps with the amount of energy that's there.
And like that piece, that arm on it kind of falls off, which leaves the structure. The structure itself doesn't fall. So you, almost like on a tower, you and Persis and Proxinos are still standing there. In this moment, there are still arrows being shot. So I'm going to break combat and allow you all to describe for me what you're all doing as you see it like collapsing, realizing you could get out of here. Now there is, I will say, if you stay and fight, that's a different situation. If you decide to try to hop on your horses and leave, it might be a check, and the last volley might go off. You know that they're going to fire at you. But what are you all doing in this moment as you can kind of see victory in your grasp here? You know that thing did not fire.
Fitz is like trying to like hop on, get here, and I'm just like, don't like point over, get Persis, as he jumps off and turns into a giant raven.
Nice. The raven goes out. Anyone else? Like, we're like not in combat here, so I'm kind of like role playing here.
Yeah, Persis is gonna unironically say like, "Hang on, Sparkle," and Glow is gonna come from her and like emanate around Sparkle, and I'm gonna roll some d6s to heal.
Nice.
Sparkle is doing real bad, right?
Yeah, not too great.
Okay. I'll use 3 of these. That should be good. Okay. I mean, it could be better, but whatever. That is 9 healing.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sparkle told me to tell you thank you. You want to get on here and get the heck out of here?
Yes.
We don't have to kill those guys, do we?
They're 200 feet down a cliff. They can't influence the battle at this point.
Hell Moon, let's get the heck out of this pit. I cast message.
Mind talk.
I don't know how far away you are. Maybe you can't hear me over your.
Well, I imagine that Zerch, the thing is, Apple keeps flying low, and and I imagine Apple would be like, "It's over. Tell Moon, give me your hand."
Grab a horn.
And what I want to know is, will Tell Moon grab his hand? Like, is Tell Moon just raging to the point where he has to cut through these last
Tell Moon doesn't have a free hand. Apple's going to have to grab Tell Moon.
So Apple
grab the good horn.
But what I want is a I want just a strength saving throw to see if Tell Moon just continues to fight. And see if Apple can. Yeah, because Apple's trying to grab you at this point. Like, you have to go.
Save.
And Apple's a pretty big Leonin, so it's just.
But my die does love blood.
Yeah.
So we'll see what this -1 does. Holy fuck. That's a 17.
All right. He beat you by 2. So, grabs you and pulls you out of there, snatching you up onto his horse as you all, I imagine, starting to kind of fly out of there and take off. At this point, I need another one of those. I'm actually going to take a deck save from everyone. And I'm going to, whether you're flying the horse at this point, the horse is kind of like going with you. So it's just literally your deck save. Even for Nick, if you're a raven, it's the deck save of your creature, but a deck save from everyone against the final volley of arrows that just go flying up. And there are going to be, though, I'm going to tell you there are. So the last the volleys that you've gone through have been 2d8. This one's a 3d8 volley.
Okay.
22.
18.
Nice.
So is it a? Okay.
This one is if you pass, you still get half. And then because there's just so many of them shooting back. And but if you pass half, if you fail, you get the full brunt.
Interesting.
So it's 14 points.
I do still have. There's 3 Telmoons on this horse right now.
Yeah, so that's a chance. So if 3 Telmoons on your horse, you get to roll to see which one it is. Now here's the thing. If you roll and it's a different Telmoon, you gotta put the damage on the horse.
Okay.
Telmoon's like, I got that. I'll do that. No problem.
I rolled a 17.
Okay. But then what'd you roll for your mirror image? Like, which one of you is it? Like, so you beat it, so you would take half, or do you try?
I rolled a 16.
Are you gonna take the half?
Actually, I'm gonna leave it to Fitz.
Why me?
It's not your horse. Yeah, it's not her horse. It's not Sparkle.
It's not my horse either.
Well, it's
save
Apple's
the
flying
horse.
this one. Yes.
Save the horse.
Okay. How much damage is it, Mel?
14, so 14 points.
Telmoon falls off. He goes down.
How?
I
He's
was
been
at 6
fighting.
hit points because I've been getting hit by everything.
And
Let me make a
Okay.
roll. Okay,
Can-
Apple would not let him fall. So
Okay.
I rolled.
He falls down.
Apple's
Like,
strength I know Apple has at least I just rolled a 16 on a die. What's Apple's strength? So
I
that
think he has
beats.
+2.
Okay, so that's enough for Apple to catch and hold on to Telmoon. Now the crazy thing is they are flying up and now Telmoon is collapsed. I don't know if Apple Dex is. I'm looking at him. Does anybody know if Apple has anything to bring?
He does. He's
Okay.
What
a ranger.
about?
Oh yeah. So he has. Yeah, he can put him back on his feet. He's like, I'm looking at his spells right now, so he can cure.
I had 6 hit points left.
Oh, you have 6. You have 6. You're not down then.
I had 6.
Oh, okay. So you're down. Yeah. So
I
then
just took 7.
He could do
Paxton,
cure
you get
wounds.
1 hit point back.
One
what?
hit or one temporary hit point?
Both. 1 hit point and 1 temporary hit point.
Apple has already used 2 of his 3rd level spells. He only has 1 more if he does cure wounds at the 3rd level. He's got
You guys.
cure wounds at
Is he
2nd
not-
level. He's got all 3 slots there, and he's got all.
Proxinos healed Telmoon. He's good.
Okay, Proxinos healed him.
He
Okay,
got 1
Did
hit
he not
point.
take the long rest with us?
did you guys take the half damage
You
then for all
hit me
those?
for
That,
half my
Oh.
health.
the pass should have been a DC 14 for dexterity save. As they,
Yeah.
So you take only 7 points, and you can do that's either your Pegasus, or you transfer it to you all. You both take. Whoever's riding takes the 7. It's your choice.
I took it.
Now, as you fly up, landing kind of triumphantly here, what do you? You guys take control of this. I think, as you are making it back to the battlefield, you can see that the armies are closing in, getting stronger around Tyrannica and her men, but they're still giving a hell of a fight. You're on your Pegasi. Kind of, what are your thoughts as you survey the battlefield above you? I'll turn it over to you while I tell you what happens next.
Proxinos is looking out the waves and waves of the hyena men, the minotaurs, and looking to see if there is this so-called deity is in the ranks.
And as Proxenos looks out, it's far, it's kind of in the distance, maybe 100 yards out. You can see kind of Leonin, Acroin and Militus soldiers being thrown to and fro, a large hulking beast moving through the dust as the armies begin to kind of close in, even though you are flying above them. But then there is this moment as the crowd is like all fighting and everything kind of like comes down through the pass. There's a rumbling, just like the rumbling you felt of the enemy approaching you. But now it's coming from behind you. And for a second, you're like, oh my God, is it the pass? Did we not protect the pass? And what starts to come around that corner on the other side are Leonin, just with shields out, blades, screaming on their long, a roar kind of calls out like a horn, and they come just crashing like a wave into the enemy, tooth, nail, weapon, throwing return, gnolls, gnawing on their like necks, just kind of just smashing and rolling over each other as you guys are flying above, seeing this. Your allies are here. This has kind of turned the tide. It's equaled the playing field of the war at hand. Any thoughts from you all as you're kind of watching this?
Whatever that chant that they were doing before, I'm totally doing that chant. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like when we hear that Leon and Roar come out, Persis is gonna do her best to try to match it from way up there, just like mouth fully open, like the little pointy fish teeth going.
Nice. As this happens, that thing coming towards you just poof, and you see a bunch of like figures go down. It like disappears, and then Tyrannica stand there, and suddenly, boom! All of her men in her phalanx get thrown. Like the creature teleports into the middle of her phalanx, and as you all are like flying above, you can see this hulking hyena man covered in blood of his enemies, and also you all holding on, and he looks up, and it is Yinagao, rows and rows of teeth, that same weapon but much larger, and he's teleported in with gnolls around him. There are like his own like personal bodyguard standing there. I am here, and no one will take me. This Mogus' land. And as he like laughs out, his hyenas, and you hear and as all of the armies laugh, all of the Leon roar, and in where you guys would have felt fear, it feels equally matched. And we crash to black and end our session there. Good game. Good stuff.
That was awesome.
Nice.
Great game.
That was a great game.
Did you see my last question?
No, what was it? I think good stuff. Okay, let me look.
I can send it again.
So Telmoon has a hit point and a temporary hit point.
Correct.
Currently.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's no would Telmoon have hung on to what's the E-stop?
It says his weapon, right?
Oh yeah. No. Oh yeah. So your blade. He
Because I was mid fighting.
I rolled high enough. I
and
think
then got
he got. He you wouldn't have lost it. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, you got it.
I mean, it's a backup weapon. So I mean, like if I lose it, I lose it.
Yeah, it's not your weapon that you're using right now instead of it, right? Actually, that's a good question. I like it because it could mean he's forced to use the actual family weapon.
Correct.
Why don't you give me a D100 roll? My favorites lately. And there is there's a 60% chance you lose it, which means you got to roll 40 or under.
Okay. Just the percentile die was a 70.
Just the percentile. Is it 70? Okay.
I didn't roll the 10s place because.
Oh, so yeah. So yeah, no. So you still have
over.
it. So you get to decide. So it doesn't fall away.
Wait. You said I'm sorry. So I only lost it if I thought that.
Well, it was a 40% chance.
I need to roll under a 40 to keep it.
Oh yes, because there's a 60% chance you lose it. I'm tripping. It's been like yes, you would have dropped it then. You would have lost.
So I rolled a 70
lower
plus.
chance of keeping it. So yes, it falls away. You're forced to use your family blade in this battle, and hopefully it calls out to you. Good shit.
There's a very, very bloody Satyr just clutching onto this stupid, not my Pegasus.
Good stuff. Oh man, that was went a lot better than I would expect that episode.
That was
to go.
awesome.
I was like, Jesus, because battle episodes can be either really tedious or really like hard to like. I was just like, it has to feel epic, and I felt like it was. Yeah, it was like you guys were good shit.
Yeah, y'all be forgetting Telmoon is a wizard.
I know it's very.
Telmoon has a D6 hit die. He has the fewest hit points
because he's always rushing into battle and like.
Yeah, I know, because I stab everybody. Everybody thinks I'm a stronger character.
You're doing a bunch of damage while you're doing it.
Yeah.
It's just that he has a lot of he can have a lot of AC, and his mirror image lets him avoid attacks.
Yeah.
So saving throws are what would destroy Telmoon.
Yeah. Like just in one round, Nikki hit me for 35.
I'm really
Mal
sorry.
hit me for 20, and then Mal hit me for like 9 and like 8 again. And I was like, fuck, like I gotta just cast defensive spells at this point, because I am going to die.
Oh man, what a battle. Like,
Hey,
I commend you guys. You are strong. You are bronze bullies, because I mean those weren't super difficult, but they like required a lot of like the pull of resources and doing things just right to like pull it off. Two battles.
It was
in an
definitely an
episode.
interesting setup.
Yeah, it was.
We had a whole bunch of rounds, which kind of made it easier. But
Yeah. But I think we got
we
to
rolled a little lower with a little bit more tension.
Yeah, we only got to.
It was
So there
definitely
were
a nice
7
setup.
rounds, and then we got to 5. And yeah, so you made it in time. I mean, you had already. The thing is that went out the window once you had killed all the enemies. So good shit there.
We did it.
Yeah. So we're just gonna like go take a long rest now, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go think.
This
of
is
a
it.
backup
You guys are
character.
going straight
We're taking
into.
I know.
So hopefully you get Josh and Apple back,
Yeah.
and I will make them make as many of the checks to see if they like just had a attrition of like arrows and stuff. So they'll make a number of those. You won't, to see if they are like not 100% because they've still been in battle, and then we'll just kick it off. It's just you and him and his like personal guard, and Tyranica's like in there, but she's like kind of halfway knocked out. All her Acroians are like on the ground, so it's a bronze bullies fight. You know, it's not
I guess
he's also got,
backup
he's got
characters-
arrows sticking out of his back, so he's not 100% either. But
Proxies?
oh no,
Yanagu.
Yunagu's not
Yanagu.
100%.
Got it.
Yeah.
Anyone hoarding some healing potions that we don't know about? That would be awesome.
Eagle
Got it.
can't give them to you though right now.
You can't just regurgitate the healing potion out of your beak.
Unfortunately, no.
That's okay.
Oh man. No, it looks like my only option is to come back as a Miletian
Thank
paladin of Hellion.
you for obliging me. I finally got my 300 episode. That was great.
That was so much fun.
Until you were really excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been building for a while. Like, there was an opportunity to do it. I never was like gonna push it, but since you guys said you're gonna go north, because I was really just gonna let it like play off, off screen. But when you guys said you're going, I'm like, okay, we're doing it. Like, it's gonna be war. It's wartime. Yeah, it should be fun. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, because I mean, especially because they just play the Acroids up to be like the Spartans so much. It's like you gotta have that moment. But yeah,
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
was
don't worry,
really
you're not gonna die here.
No, yeah. As long as I
I mean,
can
if
pat
you're
you
the
on the
one
back,
rolling
I
healing,
can-
I'm gonna last one hit.
I could give you 1d8 plus 4 if you want.
You guys healed the stupid horse for 40 hit points in this game.
this is gonna
You know
be so. This
what?
is you're in a tough moment, huh, Telmo? This could be tough. It's gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, I mean,
But
he's gonna have to use
you
a
were
weapon that won't speak to him.
you were like, I want to go in here, and you're telling
Also,
me.
I had no idea
Tell
you
me.
were so low. Well, how dare you make me make that choice between you and the horse
Yeah.
when you didn't divulge that you were
should
like
have
at
known
5
better
hit.
to trust me, lady. You know I'd only do that to you if there was a chance for me to go down.
If Josh was here, I totally didn't expect
That's
you
so
guys to
rude.
go after the catapult, because I don't know if I described it tonight, but I would have made sure I described like that horde that was coming through was full of minotaurs.
Mm.
So I was like, he's gonna be like, I want to go straight into battle, no like fighting the thing. So I really thought that's where we were gonna go, is probably directly into battle instead of going because the archers, I was like, that's probably not enough of a draw, because she's asking you to like draw all that fire on you all.
Mhm.
And the archers would have probably been like, you'd have been fighting like waves and waves of them
If they were anything like this, they would have destroyed us.
So the
What is
archers
this?
was supposed to
What
be
is this
that
nonsense?
battle
Do
would have
extra
been.
damage 3 times a day. What is
Oh,
that? Where'd that come from?
I didn't make that shit up. That's an archer in here. It's the.
You also didn't use it until Telbu was. at
Yeah, I
16
waited for it. I waited.
26
Sometimes I just
points.
wait. Like, there's the archer's eye on the archers that are from Strixhaven, I think, or from the Magic the Gathering world. And so 3 times a day, when they hit you, they can just add D10 to the damage. They just
That's
fucking throw it in
nasty.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was at 26 and you hit me for 11, and I was like,
Yeah,
that hurts. And you're like,
yeah.
oh, I'm going to add 9 to it. And I was like,
And the archers were
That really
hitting so
hurts.
often because I was adding a plus 12 to every roll. So even when I was rolling
Yeah.
low, they were hitting. So
no,
I think I flubbed one on accident. I didn't mean on purpose, but I rolled literally it was a nat 1, and my mind added it, made, I think I said 11 or 12, because I think that's would have hit you with the 1 added, it would have hit Proxinos. But I was like, I can't take it back, because I said it wrong, 1 closer, 1 lower. But other than that, yeah, everything was straightforward. You guys, mopped them up.
Yeah, we
so.
know you don't normally roll 27s on average.
No, that's why. That's why they were getting plus 12. So once you mopped up that first group, they were now rolling plus 6, 1 die roll, not advantage. Yeah.
That was on me. Like, I thought I was going to that farthest archer group, so that, because like Nikki,
But it really would have
stay
been the
away from
same
20
thing
feet.
either way, because you would have killed them and then still ran to this group, right?
Well, no, I
The
wouldn't
big-
have gotten hit by the ice storm if I was in
The
the
big
farthest.
thing
archer.
is you would've gotten
Yeah,
hit.
that was on me. Like, I thought I was
that's
going over
true.
there.
Okay.
Looking down there, and I said yes. So that was on
Yeah,
me.
I kept going
I
like,
should've
which
been
one,
like,
which one? Yeah,
I should
yeah.
have forced it. Yeah, I just couldn't
Yeah.
see them either. Like, I was like, are
Yeah,
you sure that's the one?
There's
What are you
always
talking about?
those hidden enemies, and the way I treat them, I know they're off camera, but like I treat there's a portion of the camera that's kind of like the Fog of War, where we stare at a D&D board, but there's no way you're seeing everything, right? Like, so there's
Yeah,
gonna be
100%.
things. And
Like,
the DM is, I'm
yeah,
clearly
it's
pointing
just-
out, I'm saying, yes, they're over there. There's 4 groups, so you can choose any of these 4 groups. But so it's not like it's not like I
you
hid
put
them.
me in full strategy mode after
Yeah.
that moment. I was like, oh shit. Like, I wasn't planning on using no spell slots. I was like, I'll just hang back. I'll be good.
Yeah.
I got down under 40 hit points and was like, I should do stuff.
I imagine the environment down there, like say the fireman upstairs was kind of like 300, this kind of glorious battle with the kind of backlit sky, and down there is like if anybody's seen like the new Prey film where they're fighting the Predator and that like smoky landscape, it was kind of that, like very hard to see beyond.
Does that make us the Predator?
Yeah, pretty much. You all are. You guys were the Predator.
Just dropping bombs in the sky.
Because whatever my choice was for giving you guys these Pegasi, they are just nuking everything. It's literally just strafing the battlefield. So enjoy them while they last.
This inspiration, it expired, right?
Inspiration. If you didn't use it, you still have it. I don't inspire inspiration.
I thought you inspired them after every game. I'm taking it away.
Oh wait, what? I'm not doing. Isn't that one D&D rules? Like,
no. I thought that's your rules. I thought that was your rule.
You get one inspiration after every game.
No, if you don't use it,
expire if you don't use them in the session.
Oh yes. If you don't, you lose. Because I was doing that because I was allowing people to stack inspirations. So I was like, and if you don't use at least the ones I gave you, so that you don't end up like having like 15 of them. Because I know you're like, I've always like had a homebrew rule where you can like stack your inspiration. So if I give you one and I know you already have like, 2, then it's like, yeah, you need to use that one, so that you can get it off your board. Because otherwise people were starting to like keep them and then they didn't know if they had them, they forgot where they were holding them, that kind of thing. It's getting out of control. So yeah, that's why I was doing that. So yeah, that's fair. I will award you all 2 more points of Iroas, 1 more point of Perforos. So flip-flop this time. I think did I do more Perforos last time? Let me look at my notes.
Yeah, you did more Perforos last time.
Yeah, so this time
2 Iroas, 1 Perforos.
Oh, I did 2 Iroas, 1 Perforos. So this time I'm gonna do I'm gonna be generous. I'm gonna do 2 Perforos, 2 Perforos, 3 Iroas points.
Look at that. That actually gets me something.
And you all in this episode, okay, so they went in, they stopped the ambush. So they started the episode at 2. Stopped the ambush. Then they went and stopped then they got 1 from the role play. Then they went and stopped the catapult. So you all are at +6 to your roll. The Leonin have shown up. Let's put you at 7.
Mm-hmm.
The Piaxathor, I need to make a roll for him because Piaxathor, when you went to the Piaxathor would have either stayed and fight or he would have went after the archers. I think Piaxathor would have stayed and fought with Tyrannica. Let's make his roll. Got +1 against her. Can someone give me a D20 roll and tell me what they get? And you're gonna add +2 to it.
Well,
12. Piaxathor got a 15. So Piaxathor is at a +3. So he got 2 points for scoring his mission. You guys are kind of killing him right now, but clearly with all this like extras. This puts the Acroans, the entire war, at a +10. And then the arrival of Mogus. The arrival of.
No, chill out, man. What the arrival?
what?
It's all right. So
That's no bueno.
All right, so you guys are still ahead. They've got a +4, you got a +7. And then, here's the thing. Like, they have a +4, you have a +10. Like, you shouldn't lose this war.
But we could.
But you could lose this war, yes.
So you're saying there's a chance.
But at the same time, remember, whatever happened, you killing Inagu, that hasn't like whether that is going to be that's also going to actually that's going to play a that's going to add you more points too if you can beat him. So yeah, you guys got
when you beat him?
When you beat him, yeah, that's it.
So what you're saying is that final roll is whether or not Theraxis comes down.
Good stuff. Yeah, Piaxlor's not going to beat you guys at this point. Some of the stuff you guys got done.
So you're saying that we have a boat now?
That's what it's looking like. It's starting
And a large crew, Tom.
But one of the conditions.
Someone, you still getting tired of Theros? You still ready to quit this? You still ready to move on to a new world?
One of the conditions of the contest was all the Pegasi have to survive. So
that's
if we won
true.
that boat.
No, enough of the Pegasi had to survive.
As long as he gets one, yeah, for him to be able to take one. So if you lose all of them, then it's all things are off. He just has to be able. If he does win, he has to be able to take a Pegasus.
Okay.
Yeah.
But no way should be alive. Hopefully.
I'm not giving him a Pegasi.
You've already agreed to the rules.
That's what I'm saying. He has to lose. There's no way.
Yeah,
we're giving
yeah.
him a
Well, then
Pegasi.
maybe y'all should have gave him a hero's feast so he had a chance.
I'd say you should get
That's
off your
true.
high horse, but you already
Actually,
fell off one.
y'all gave him a hero's feast, so Piaxlor should be a +4. Boom. He should have got one for the.
Mal knew what
He should have got
was doing.
he should have got the bonus, the same bonus you guys got for having that moment. Is what I'm saying. Y'all had that moment, so yeah, he's +4. So still, you guys still whooping his ass, but take a little more.
He's just getting that extra morale from having our logo in his main.
Them versus us. I love it. Nobody has learned anything from Persis. No one is learning from this Triton.
No.
I wasn't there.
Tillman was about to start throwing spells at Persis, and Persis didn't start throwing spells
Persis,
at
if you survive this campaign, you should become a philosopher in Melitus or something and just like teach them.
She's just gonna replace the blind dude at
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Good.
And apparently fight off assassins because
Yeah. Oh my
that guy
god.
has to do.
Oh, that was great. Oh man. Good stuff, man. Yeah, that was fun. You guys kicking ass. I'm actually enjoying this high level Bronze Bullies action, fucking dropping fireballs every fucking turn. Like 35.
I didn't cast that
yeah.
fireball.
No, it's not fire. I'm saying it's like fireball level damage. Like
Yeah.
every spell like is
Well,
35.
yeah, we're casting 4th and 5th level spells, which should match a 3rd level fireball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it's like, a 3rd level fireball. So it's good stuff. The amount of damage that they're like whipping out. It's crazy.
One more Perforos. In fact, I'll be able to cast the Erupting Earth.
So I'll have to get the next games on the books because I'm actually excited to see where this goes. We can have the war. We can have the fight. Based on the rolls, I'll reduce. Take Inagu will also take his damage, and then we'll duke it out. So yeah, a lot of fighting in these last couple episodes. One more episode probably of fighting, maybe but it's been a good balance. I think you guys did some good role playing in between those two encounters today too, as well. So
yeah. So are we just starting like in war next game?
Oh yeah, we
Yeah.
kick off next time. You guys are just like, in terms of trying to visualize it, imagine where the front line is, and there is probably as large as my battle mat is, is going to be a wall on one side. Over there is going to be the cliff, right? So anybody who could fall off that cliff, armies marching this way, you all defending this way, you all are flying, and Inagu's forces are pushing in, and you guys there, and it's just going to be, there's a lot of broken forces, so it probably won't be as much of this will be like a skirmish. This will be kind of like that final push, because everything around you is war. You've got Leonin fighting around you, but like you guys would be like in the eye of the hurricane, right? Like in the eye of all of it, fighting out.
Just saying, someone can also take us home.
You could, yeah, could.
Talmud
That would
be the last
would
person.
negate your role to win the war, though. You would have to leave it to Tyrannica to make that roll with what she has. So it would just be her roll against. So her +4. minus your ability, everything that you've helped up to that point. That's possible. I will never say you can't. Just you can never say you can't just fucking bamp out of there and go home. You can always do that too. There's nothing.
But we
holding
were
you
also
all from...
warned that Mount Velis is going to erupt.
Yes.
So if you want to teleport us into an active volcano,
that's not the only place I can go.
Okay.